on the stage today, and I mean that literally. We have Daenerys, we have Cersei, we have Jon Snow, we have Tyrion, to name but a few, all very much on the edge of something disastrous happening.
The mood is somber. It's, you know, world leaders uniting and disagreeing about how the world should be run.
It can go south very quickly, and that's the brilliant part of the sequence, because you know how quickly things can turn on this show.
It's a potential powder keg. So no matter what's happening, no matter who's meeting who, the potential for things to completely explode is always there.
The Dragon Pit is probably one of the most essential sequences in all of Game of Thrones.
Tyrion and his posse, they know they're entering a dangerous place, and they know they're taking a risk coming here.
You have 60 plus hours at this point of main characters who you are really invested in. And it's enjoyable to put people together who haven't been together before and see how they would react to each other.
It's people becoming aware of the smallness, I think, in their nature. No matter how much they fight each other, there's a bigger threat to life than just who's on the throne.
You can say to anyone, you know, this disease is coming. But until you can show them evidence, they won't get past their own smaller problems to fight the big problem.
These things build over time, you know. It takes 70 hours to get to this point. It takes 70 hours for the story to allow this scene to happen.
There's a momentum that's up now which doesn't stop. So that's really exciting.
It's incredible because I am the new kid on the block. And I've seen these guys for 6 seasons now. And then all of a sudden being part of the scene. I think this is going to be one of the scenes of this season.
The Dragon Pit epitomizes the central challenge of season 7, where we have, I don't know, a dozen of our principal characters all in the same place, many of whom haven't seen each other since a very dramatic incident years before between them. So that scene was incredibly tricky to write and incredibly tricky to film.
You want to be able to service all of these characters, and that was tremendously fun to plot out.
Conflicts between people, friendships between people, which ones you wanted to highlight and which ones that you're gonna have to let fall by the wayside.
You have, you know, it seems like dozens of little mini scenes. So we had to find great moments and character interactions and story for all of these characters.
It was just so much fun to write for all these guys together. It kind of forced us to really explore what the different tonal variations were in those reunions.
You know, it's trying to keep an eye on what they're all there for. I mean, they're all there for a reason, which is to discuss the possibility of an alliance and whether that's even possible with these people who have so many reasons for hating each other and so few reasons for trusting each other.
Welcome, my lords.
For Pod to see Tyrion, I mean, that guy was the most important person in the world to him. He was the only person who'd given him a chance.
I'm glad you're alive.
There's something very sweet in it. And amongst all the big stuff, the small stuff still happens as well, and that's what adds to the texture of the show. I think that stuff's never forgotten about.
What's in there? Fuck off.
There's a really wonderful moment where Brienne spies the Hound. And she realizes that she has to sort of apologize, maybe for nearly killing him, maybe. But she also brings to him the news that she knows he wants to hear, that Arya is alive and Arya's home.
Oh, that was a relief. Yeah, of course. And a concern, is she all right?
Who's protecting her if you're here?
The only one that needs protecting is the one that gets in her way.
And then it turns out that we don't need to worry about Arya, because I've taught her everything.
What I love about Tyrion and Bronn's relationship is they know exactly who they are. Tyrion prods him a little bit about how much Bronn is doing things out of self-interest.
Don't you worry about me, I'm doing all right. Looking after myself.
Are you? Helping me to arrange this meeting wasn't exactly looking after yourself, was it?
It's your head Queen Cersei's offered a bag of gold for us, not mine.
Knocks on his tin heart a little bit. Knows there's something in there.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
You have Cersei seeing Tyrion for the first time in a long time, her mortal enemy. So the first time they lock eyes when she walks in, that's a moment.
It's really awkward. It's like I know family reunions for everyone are very awkward, but let's just say the Lannisters are a complicated bunch.
She's held him responsible for the death of her mother and the death of Joffrey and her father. You know, she can't really take responsibility or deal with her own grief. She has to just blame everybody else, and that's part of her pain too.
Lena gives me a look that I never want to see ever again. It's, yeah, it almost flattened me. I wanted to hide.
Met my brother. That was good. I had a standoff with him, which was great fun. That was great. Ignoring a very serious situation, the Hound just goes straight to him and goes, basically, you and me, pal, we haven't finished. You're getting it.
There's a non-verbal 4 or 5 second thing between Cersei, Jaime, and Brienne. That's not even a line of dialogue. It's just a little mini scene built out of looks.
It's sort of like one of the worst things that happens to you at school. I think it's Brienne's idea of absolute abject hell. Fighting the Hound wasn't abject hell, but a moment of having to deal with Jaime and Cersei is the most excruciating thing that could possibly happen to Brienne.
She arrives with the Mountain and Jaime and like you say, the Kingsguard, and she's, you know, pretty fierce. And then she realizes that Dany isn't here, and that pisses her off, obviously. And then, of course, Dany arrives on Dragon.
You know, I take Fashionably Late to brand new heights.
She's very theatrical with her entrance, though. Yeah. It's kind of funny that you go, wow, she really has to show off her power, but fair enough.
And she tries desperately to not be impressed by that arrival, and everyone else, obviously, as you would, is standing up in awe of this. And then, you know, in walks this young beauty of a queen, and she's immediately beyond frustrated on many levels.
We've been here for some time. My apologies.
And then all she gets from Dany is apologies, you know, and that then drives her in the scene. She can't bear it.
We have something to show you.
Well, for me, being a horror nerd, I was slightly giggly. So I was like, oh, my very own zombie.
She has never, ever seen anything like this before. And this is a creature that defies her. This is a creature she doesn't know how to disable. She doesn't know how to kill. This is something else.
Daenerys has seen it, and she's aware of it, and it's frightening, but she is just watching Cersei. Like, she just needs to know that this has affected her.
You know, she's always had that notion of creatures like this, that they don't exist, and it's nonsense. And so I think when he's there, she's back as a kid, just, you know, realizing everything her grandma, her nannies told her was real. She's staring into a face that she never thought existed.
For Jaime, this is like definite proof that there is no choice. Clearly, this thing, we have to deal with this, and he believes them all. He believes his brother, but he also believes Daenerys and Jon Snow when they say that they saw 100,000 of these beings.
That's where his head is. You know, the world could end in 5 minutes, but he is absolutely one-pointed, focused on, I have never seen this before. This is amazing. I could really do things with this, you know.
There's this beat in the scene that I really love, because I have a line where he's like, he's just seen the White Walker, just died, and he realizes this is the first thing he's ever seen that terrifies him. And that's like a new emotion for him. You know, like, oh, that was an interesting feeling.
I'm going back to my island. You should go back to yours. When winter's over, we'll be the only ones left alive.
And then it all rests. Her dragon's death, everything rests on Jon Snow just lying.
The Crown accepts your truce. In return, the King in the North will extend this truce. He will remain in the North where he belongs. He will not take up arms against the Lannisters. He will not choose sides.
They've got a plan of action. And then it all kind of falls apart with Jon's honor again.
It's like, come on, dude. Like, it's all you gotta do. Just this one time, just tell a fib, and he can't. He just can't. Like, that was the bad move. That was a bad choice, but thanks so much.
I am true to my word. Or I try to be. That is why I cannot give you what you ask. I cannot serve two queens.
Tyrion, knowing his sisters so well, knows that that's not going to go over well. And of course, it doesn't. And when Jon does that, the whole thing crumbles. So it's sort of like, I get it, but
Then there is nothing left to discuss. It is so much fun with all of us all together.
Having been isolated for so long and then suddenly, boom, I'm working with everybody. It was quite kind of event for me. I loved it.
It's lovely. It's all of us being together. So we're all kind of, you know.
that was really exciting because we are all just a big happy family. And that extended to after work, unfortunately, because we had way too much fun.
You know, usually like here, you're on set and then you have a couple of other actors to hang out with. Suddenly we were like 10, 15 at the same hotel. It was just a recipe for disaster. But it was fun though.
Having been so invested in the show for so long, for so many years, it's just so thrilling. And I was personally very excited to finally meet Daenerys.
And I hope for the fans that they see a satisfying realization of what I think they've all been maybe waiting for, is for these worlds to be collided.
Those 10 days were 10 of the most enjoyable days I've ever spent doing this show, because it's all these people having such an excellent time just being in each other's company. I will never forget those days on that set. They were outstanding.
I was always quite into having my own style, I guess. I didn't actually particularly like sewing, but I liked what you could do with it. I always had something quite different and new, and I sort of liked that. It just became very much what I did, and so I went into fashion. When I was 15, I used to go and buy fabric in the daytime with my pocket money and then make something in the afternoon and then wear it out in the evening. I was always really observant about how people looked, what they wore, how they expressed themselves. Hence, I became a new romantic. There was Steve Strange and Boy George and Spandau Ballet. We were the Blitz kids. It was quite influential at the time, and we all went on to do something quite creative with their lives. It was a great time to be a fashion student. I just slowly became aware through costume houses there was the whole side of design that I didn't really know about. I did realize I love the narrative. I like the fact that you use costumes to tell a story and to create character. And the more I did it, the more I realized that's something that I really, really enjoyed. You know the story, you know what they're doing, you know what their relationships are. You need to show that somehow in cloth. In a period piece, you can look at references. What did they wear in Holland in Blood? You have the evidence, and then you can play within that. Game of Thrones is much harder in a way because you have to make it up. I just look all the time, even if I'm not working on something. I'll make scrapbooks. When I see an image, I'll just stick it in like a Cersei file or whatever, and I'll just keep putting things in. It just might be a texture. So when it comes around to starting a game, I'll have a little sort of file of ideas which just might influence the way it goes. And it often happens, I go, God, I forgot about that. That would be quite an interesting way. But also what you've done before sort of informs you where you need to go. designing a series like this, first it has to come from the script, that guides you. Then you start building up a picture of how this person lives and what influences them. As if they're on the coast, they can trade and they can buy and they can become much more flamboyant. There's competition because there's more than one armourer or more than one dressmaker. It's Winterfell. What do people do in the evenings? Well, they probably embroider. You have to balance that with the other characters around them and consider the set, colours, and it just evolves. I enjoyed doing the four women very much. Arya and Dany and Sansa and Cersei, because they've just really become very strong. I like the initial designing and planning and coming up with the sort of ideas for the characters, working as a team to make that happen. When you finish a film or a TV series or something, that's it, that's your body of work. You feel like you've really contributed something.
My name's Ramin Javadi, and we're at my studio in Santa Monica, where I write all the music for Game of Thrones. I started out on the organ when I was 4 years old, and then when I was 13, I picked up the guitar, and that's when I really got serious about music and started practicing a lot. And it was the movie The Magnificent Seven, Elmer Bernstein's score, triggered something in me, and the recognizable themes that you could hum when you turned off the film. I knew that that's what I wanted to be, a film composer. The beauty about music in film is that without any dialogue on the screen, you are able to guide the audience. And with Game of Thrones, we're able to guide the audience either in the right direction or the wrong direction, and that's something that's been fun. By moods or by playing a certain theme, you're able to tell a story. The biggest challenge was just finding the right tone for the show, that when you hear the score that you know this is Game of Thrones. From the beginning, we knew we wanted themes, but we also knew that we couldn't have too many themes right away because there's obviously a lot of characters, there's a lot of different houses, there's a lot of plots. And if you convolute it too soon, I think it actually would have been confusing for the audience. So we actually, on purpose, held off with themes for certain characters. For example, Theon, or the Greyjoy theme, didn't exist until season 2. Arya, for example, we used the Stark theme for her, but she also has her own theme once she got on her own. In Game of Thrones, we always laugh because every season we sit down and we say, okay, which instrument haven't we used yet? Most of the orchestral instruments I've used, so strings, French horns, trombones, percussion. The didgeridoo we used for the wildling, so that's kind of an interesting instrument that's different. There's an Armenian duduk that we used for the Dothrakis. It's like an ethnic version of an oboe, basically. When I start working on a scene, I just watch the scene without even playing. I try to hear the tempo in my head, and once I have that, I can play along.
I now proclaim Cersei of the House Lannister, protector of the Seven Kingdoms.
I usually start writing on one instrument first. It can be piano, it can be a string pad. I sketch out the scene, and then once I feel I have the right shape, then I go back and then I start arranging and orchestrating the scene, and then I add all the different layers of instrumentation. While the episode is still edited, everything just stays in the computer and everything is just done digitally. And once the picture is locked, then I go in and actually record it with real musicians. And I feel that's the most rewarding thing. I still get goosebumps when I hear them play the music. I just get huge inspiration from just seeing the sets, from just seeing how epic everything is, and then meeting the actors. That's inspirational for me as well. Just standing on the side and just watching. I want to just go back to the studio right away and start writing. This is the piece from episode 610, this long build-up of Cersei's trial. The interesting thing about this piece is that this is actually the first time in Game of Thrones history that we use the piano. So the minute that plays, the audience immediately is alerted and they'll go, wait, we have never heard this instrument before. Something is not right. So the piece plays on. It starts off very minimal, and it slowly builds over, I think the piece is 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes long. The next element that comes in are two boys singing. When you see the kids with the knife in the hand and then Pycelle gets stabbed, that's when it switches to the organ, and that's when the choir comes in. That's really the next step up of when you realize, wow, this is all going wrong right now. And now the piece is really starting to build, and more instruments come in, and the organ gets busier, and then the orchestra actually doesn't come in until the very end. This section is actually interesting because I actually snuck in the main title theme, so you can hear it right here. Every year I go, okay, now I really have to do something that I haven't done before. The show definitely takes it up another notch every season. Even though whenever I think it's not possible, they still are able to elevate it yet another notch, and so I got to do the same with the music.
It's an ever-evolving creative journey. My dad was my inspiration. My father did a lot of Monty Python films and Terry Gilliam stuff as well. And I used to come in every holiday, muck around in the workshop. Special effects has changed. In my father's days, it was more physical and less VFX. Nowadays, we are a medium which VFX like to use to supply them with decent elements, but it's also slightly destructive. Special effects as a department brings to a production the chaos and mayhem. If you get given a task and they tell you the end image they want to see, it's our job to work out how we get there. If you want to put an environment where you've got actors in a room and the room is supposed to explode, we achieve that in camera, safely and effectively. You know how it's going to look in your head, but you also love the fact that it goes crazy, you know, this way and that way. It's a technically challenging thing to do and to make it look good at the same time. We handle gas, we handle water, we handle wind, we handle smoke, we handle pyrotechnics, we handle engineering, blood, snot, you know, everything. Everything you can possibly imagine is our trade. It's massive. I would consider special effects as an art form. It certainly is something I can not do without, for many reasons. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I think it's an inevitability from about halfway through the season that Jon and Daenerys are gonna fall into bed together.
And for us, as actors, it's just weird. The reality of what they are to each other, I don't know how that's gonna, I mean, I think kind of might be the reaction.
I like looking at her and going, oh God, I'm sorry, let's go again. I think they both know it's wrong. I think they both know it's gonna cause problems. But it's that thing, when you suddenly feel that deeply about someone and you go through those events together, it's like a runaway train, you can't stop it happening.
Father, Smith, warrior.
To see that actually these were two people in love and that this whole thing that started off the series of Game of Thrones, Robert's Rebellion, was a total lie, is kind of like, man. And what's going to be interesting is, for Bran, it's like, what am I going to do with this? Because just as everything was coming together, everyone was going to join together to fight, inevitably Game of Thrones will tear us apart once more.
It's dangerous for everybody involved. I'm sure it's good for both of them in the moment, but you don't even get the relief of how beautiful it could be or should be. It's not good. But it should be, but it's not. It's Game of Thrones. There's a long history of romance not ending well on this show.
Ever been north before?
Never seen snow before.
Down south the air smells like pig shit.
You've never been down south.
I've been to Winterfell.
That's the north.
I
think there's always surprises for characters in this. You know, Jon Snow's heard of Jorah for his entire life, this notorious seller of slaves. And then, of course, the actual person turns up, and Jon can see he's a good man.
Jon is all about honor, right?
He has a sense of this incredible weapon he has.
It's been in your family for centuries. It's not right for me to have it.
I think Jon and Jorah make a connection which evolves during this journey, and there's a shared history which was a love of my father.
I've forfeited the right to claim this soul.
Everything that Jorah does is about seeking forgiveness.
It's yours.
There's a sense of closure for him in saying, no, he gave it to you and I don't deserve this.
The Hound for Tormund. He's a huge guy. He's mean. He's crazy. And you know, Tormund loves mean, crazy guys.
Well, I mean, the Hound doesn't really talk much, and that's going to be a gruff conversation.
The Hound is a very difficult guy to become friends with.
You're the one they call the dog.
Fuck off. Not the talkative guy. Tormund is.
I want to make babies with the great big monsters. They conquer the world. How did a mad fucker like you live this long?
I think the running theme, it seems quite apparent with Gendry, is, you know, lack of family. That's the thing that he's sort of searching for. He's kind of looking for surrogates.
I wanted to be one of you. I wanted to join the Brotherhood, but you sold me off.
The sense of betrayal, I feel, you know, certainly hasn't left Gendry.
Do you know what she did to me? She strapped me down on a bed. She stripped me naked.
Sounds all right so far.
I think it was quite embarrassing to see him again. We weren't anticipating ever seeing him again. But, you know, he went off with Melisandre. It wasn't all that bad.
Good lad.
So chuffed to be part of this ragtag bunch that gets to come out to flipping Iceland.
When that portcullis comes up and out we go, a Magnificent Seven or Dirty Dozen or the Dirty Dozen -5. You know it's going to kick off.
I quite liked that moment with the dragon, and I think there was something I wanted to bring to it, which is quite animalistic. Animals go on the smell of something. If you're coming up to a horse, you want it to sniff you before it trusts you, and hopefully that worked with the dragons. If you show quite a vicious animal fear, it will jump on that, but if you show it bravery, then it will respond in a different way.
She sees his interaction with her dragons, and it's an attractive quality for her. They're beautiful, aren't they?
Wasn't the word I was thinking of, but yes, they are.
Busted. Me and Jon Snow just chilling on a cliff by ourselves. Snow, you know, don't read into it.
I think it was one of the most important scenes, certainly for Jorah this season.
You're great.
She told him to go find a cure, and of course he did. It's Sir Jorah. Like, what else is he gonna do? Go and mope? No. Gonna die? No. He's gonna go and fix himself.
Jon Snow, this is Sir Jorah Mormont. An old friend.
I served with your father. He was a great man.
I think it's a weird one for Jon meeting Jorah, this man he's heard about as being a slave trader, bad guy. And yet, here's Daenerys trusting him, here's him seeming to be quite noble.
You look strong. You found a cure?
I wouldn't be here if I hadn't. She was the one who kind of motivated him and said, please, you know, you need to find a cure because I need you with me. And that was a great gift from her. And it felt like it put the badness of our history and my initial betrayal to bed. I return to your service, my queen. If you'll have me.
In your mind, I think, you know, when you hear someone's got a terminal disease, or you think sort of, you know, that's maybe a gift you give them in the moment. I'm sure he's had all these thoughts. How much did she really mean it?
It would be my honor.
It's not until she surprisingly embraced him that I think he feels he's finally come home.
It's one of the most tender moments that you'll see from Daenerys this season, because the thing about Ser Jorah is that he has been the one from the very beginning. And so I think he has an ability to see right through her.
I think at this point, Jon's willing to forgive anyone anything, pretty much. As long as they'll come on side with him, things can be ironed out afterwards.
I'll leave you to it.
When they finally meet, it's a really interesting, beautifully written scene. I don't think he had any idea he would ever return. I know family reunions for everyone are very awkward. Everybody has the drunk uncle or the mean grandmother or whatever it is. I don't know your life, but let's just say the Lannisters are a complicated bunch.
I needed to see you. And I knew you'd never agree to meet.
He doesn't know what to expect, really. He doesn't expect a warm welcome, that's for sure.
I thought I'd surprise you by hitting Casterly Rock. Father would have been proud.
Don't talk about father. He used to trust his brother, and I think deep down he still does, but even his brother betrayed him. He feels like he betrayed him because of, he killed his father.
Listen to me.
I once told Bronn that if I ever saw you again, I'd cut you in half.
For me, it's always the intimate story, the character story, what links these people. And the bond between those two brothers is so strong.
It'll take you a while with a sparring sword.
It's this very complicated thing of he's really looking forward to seeing him. And because he still loves him.
He was going to execute me. He didn't hate me because of anything I did. He hated me because of what I am.
It's at the very core of who they are as Lannister. They've been raised, they've lived in this bubble, that the most important thing is your family. Even if you have fights within the family, you're still, you're loyal. And for Tyrion to just jump ship and go straight to the enemy of all enemies.
Did he think I wanted to be born this way? Did he think I chose? What do you want? Daenerys will win this war. You're a military man. You must know there's no way around that.
The loyalty to Jaime is still really strong. The show's a lot about loyalty and how it manifests.
I think Sansa's really excited to see her sister. Ever since, the family split up and Ned got beheaded, it's been all about survival and being able to see her family again.
The first scene that Arya and Sansa have together is in front of the statue of their dead father, which is pretty sad, but just so powerful. And to have Sophie around on set again has just been the best.
Arya. Bran's home too.
I've watched these characters on screen for sort of 5 or 6 seasons and thought, oh wow, that's interesting, they're dynamic, they're this or whatever. And now I'm getting to act with them at last. But Bran is not Bran anymore, and it's a very, very interesting place to be.
I saw you at the crossroads.
You saw me?
Bran has visions.
It's weird because the last time I was working with Isaac was like the pilot. So then to have him back and working with him in a completely different way where he's very kind of like aloof, it's kind of unnerving for me because I'm like, that's not Isaac and that's not Bran, that's not the Bran that I know, so it actually feeds into it pretty well.
I thought you might go to King's Landing.
So did I.
Why would you go back there?
Cersei's on her list of names.
Growing up, Arya always felt like the misfit. She was always tough, but now she's actually deadly. And it was important for Sansa to learn that as well.
Just as this great moment as the Starks are reuniting and everything should be happy and sentimental and nostalgic, but it's not going to be, because that would be too easy.
Every one of the Starks that has, been through the Game of Thrones washing machine has turned out differently.
They've so adapted to their completely different situations that they are such different people now that they can't even completely trust each other. So that's an interesting dynamic.
proper wine for proper heroes. Yeah. Maybe I'm not the most pleasant man, I'll admit it, but
it's always interesting when you're starting a new season, and you know the question always is, what do you start with? You either start with something small to kind of ease your way in, or you just start with something huge and get it over with, and you can put that behind you. In this case, we started with something really huge.
Okay, everybody starting out there, and action.
that was your mistake. Leave one wolf alive, and the sheep are never safe.
And I love that scene because you come into this and you're like, wait a second, Walder Frey's dead. How is this possible? What's going on?
I was thrilled that they'd made a full head prosthetic, which fitted my face, but I looked like David Bradley. As an actor, to really reveal yourself and take another face off your face rather than just pretend, that just made it a lot easier and a lot more fun, I guess.
It's the actors just kind of pulling on their own skin, really. And then it's really done in cuts, where the arm movement and where you place the camera, having Walder Frey do that, and then having Arya repeat that, but from a different camera angle that looks like something's come off, and it's very effective. What makes it extremely effective is Maisie's performance, because she just sells it so beautifully. And I love the moment when she turns to Walder's wife and says,
When people ask you what happened here, tell them the North remembers.
I think it's a great opener for the season. I think it's a great reintroduction to Arya, where she's coming from and where she's heading.
She realizes her power, and I guess, yeah, maybe there is the argument that you didn't have to kill the whole Frey army, but they weren't good news. I don't think we'll miss them.
I think, starting with the Army of the Dead, basically why that's really important is that this is the common enemy. This is like the bottom line. This is what everybody in the end is going to have to face. It's the enemy that is beyond all enemies. It's like the one thing that nobody really knows how to fight. And so the big question is, are these people going to get their act together? Are they going to figure out a way to fight the big enemy, or are they going to just eat each other alive before that even happens?
So the Zombie Giants this year, we've got 2 returning cast. We've got Ian White and we've got Neil Fingleton, who was with us on season 4. They're similar makeups, but we have kind of interchangeable little bits and pieces, and we do a slightly different paint scheme. We can have different costume as well. So it's creating 4 different looks. So for the Whites, this year we decided that we'd up our game a little bit, and we've resculpted an awful lot of the zombies, their makeups. They're still very mix and match and generic because we have a huge amount of stunt guys, but we just thought we would change things up and improve some of the sculpts. It's been a huge production line, but it's something we were able to use a few existing molds and then make a load of new stuff as well.
It's a pretty song. I've never heard it before.
It's a new one. Ed Sheeran's got a beautiful voice, and we knew he was a fan of the show, and we knew that Maisie was obsessed with him. So we always thought it would be fun to try to get him into a Maisie scene at some point.
When I first got the scene and I saw I was a Lannister soldier and it was with Maisie, I just assumed we'd all get killed at the end.
Action.
I don't want to steal your food.
You're not stealing, we're offering. Come on, it's going to be a cold night.
Just a nice moment for her to really enjoy human company without lies and trickery.
But I think the underlying theme is that, as in any war, the soldiers are just people and we are young boys.
She really enjoys just hearing their stories and finding a bit of normality again.
And I think she kind of realises that she can just kind of chill, let her guard down, have some food and crack some jokes.
So why is a nice girl on our own heading to King's Landing?
I'm going to kill the Queen.
And then to High Garden?
Then you go High Garden?
What is this? It's what we've been waiting for our whole lives.
Shooting that map room scene was a really big thing, and very extensive conversations with Lena and Nikolai about that.
You afraid of me?
Should I be?
There's a great amount of need for revenge for her. Enemies to the south. It's like she needs to put everything to sleep that causes her pain. Enemies to the north.
She's now just on this very driven, focused path to world domination.
And of course, we're introducing this whole new set, which is in this courtyard in the Red Keep, where there's a hand-painted map. Of course, you want to show this incredible thing. And also it has great metaphorical value. There she is walking all over the known world when thinking about, ruling it. So you kind of want to do justice to that aspect of it as well.
We thought that a painted map on the ground, that seemed like a good idea.
Enemies everywhere. We're surrounded by traitors.
We knew that Jim Staines, the graphic designer, would create something amazing, and he worked so hard on it.
We wanted to have some allusion to the opening title sequence. And that just meant using some of the lettering, some of the imagery, and coming up with good colors, and then working it out basically on a computer. Then we had an image which we could print out, which was the right size. Had to do pseudo-medieval drawings of towns, lots of lettering, lots of conversation with the designer especially. Then we had two guys come in, Dave Packard and Greg Winters, who came in to actually paint the image that I designed onto the floor.
The man who is firmly but politely dismissed at the beginning of the scene by Jaime Lannister is indeed Jim Staines, who designed and created the map to begin with.
I don't think being down on his knees for quite so long was as much fun as he thought it would be, but he did well.
Very nice. Loved it. Okay, moving on.
Seymour.
There is some fun to be had, I think, in seeing Sam in this new environment where, he really came here to the kind of tower of knowledge to learn the secrets of the known and unknown world. And he's really just, a cog in this machine.
Sam has quite a miserable time. A man's dreams not matching up to the reality.
We don't lean on montage that often in the show, partly because montages, to do them right, take a lot of time and a lot of resources. Bernie came to us at one point and she said, we've got 3.5 days scheduled for this montage, which is a long time to shoot what is maybe a 2-minute montage.
In the end, when we cut the scene together, it was hilarious.
Going back to a place that created you and that was the beginning of you and the end of your family is kind of epic.
Dany coming home was a really interesting sequence, and I think what was really lovely was that doing it for Game of Thrones, you're doing a sequence like that, you can really do it properly. Like, you can really take your time with it. You can really give it its due as a real moment.
Because there's no dialogue, it puts more weight on Emilia, who's doing all of this with her face and her actions and her movement. It puts a lot of weight on the art department because the place itself is really the other main character.
The space has to be something that Daenerys feels very connected to, where everything that she's heard about is suddenly somehow in front of her.
That was exciting to do, and the locations that we shot in Spain for it were absolutely stunningly beautiful.
We had to find somewhere that had a certain weight and power to it. And when we arrived at Zumaya Beach, the geological formations there are so unique and so special and so interesting that they have a weight to them that I think none of us could ignore.
Actually, quite often, we have to split location for the same scene. The end result was we decided that we could do most of what we wanted to do in 2 locations, split between Spain and Northern Ireland.
The arrival is shot in Zumaya. You then get up onto the platform, go up a set of stairs, and then we're on stage here in Belfast. And then once she goes through those doors here, then you pick her up again in San Juan, where she goes up the steps to the castle. Those locations together informed for me the whole design of Dragonstone. And it all came from those really unique rock formations, which are so, so special and very unique just to that part of the world.
The Gates of Dragonstone. It's probably going to be on film for about 30 seconds, but so much detail and work went into this set.
2 giant dragon heads were carved by our sculpting team, with the most beautiful, big, massive doors that were designed and built here.
The locations in Spain, had that very strong rock formation, that very strong strated look.
And we were able to bring in those beautiful geological formations in those side corridors.
We had to use the rocks from the location. We sent out a team of plasterers to Spain. They took impressions of the stone. And from those, we created moulds, and we used those rocky shapes to create the shapes of the corridors and the cave. There's that kind of physical, geological journey that we were able to design. And then that all culminated in the throne room, where we had to create like a new architecture. It's a lot of work. It was very, very labour intensive.
I can do it without looking. Looks brilliant.
It's going to be dramatic.
Yeah, it's really dramatic. Yeah, the angles are fantastic.
Dragonstone, of course, had been established in previous seasons before I came, so we had the Dragonstone map room, so it was already established as a cave-like space. So I wanted this set to sort of start in the cave and grow out of it. And then we were able to bring in those beautiful geological formations in that throne, the Dragonstone throne, which I think is, a really powerful sort of statement.
The only directions we gave her was that it should be quite imposing and intimidating, and that the throne would be carved out of the rock, and that was it. And that's all we gave her, and then she went to town with that. The first time we saw it all lit for a scene, that was pretty dramatic.
As we were building it, people would walk through this set and they would feel, I feel very uncomfortable here. It's not a room where I want to spend a lot of time. So it was a new approach to an audience chamber, which was not welcoming people in. It was basically making people feel uneasy and intimidated.
Yeah, I think it's maybe the best set that we've ever built.
It was really impressive. We couldn't wait to shoot it.
The audience chamber is incredible. One of the most staggering sets that I've had the privilege of being in.
Every moment of that journey from the ship to the place where she's actually going to stand and plan her conquest, there's a different flavor to each one of those moments.
And you realize this place where she was born, there was a whole culture there, there's a whole world there, and you get a real taste of it and the uniqueness of it. And the coming home is really very dramatic.
Shall we begin?
Take one. I mark it. You mark? Okay. And action.
If you want the Iron Throne, take it. We have an army, a fleet, and 3 dragons. We should hit King's Landing now, hard, with everything we have.
The scene where we first reveal the new alliance of Yara and Ilaria and Olenna Tyrell with Dany is vitally important in terms of the plot beats that it sets up, which echo through the season.
Everybody seems to have a map room. It's impossible to conceive of what the people in the show are conceiving of unless you have some kind of visual reminder of where this war is taking place and who is coming from where and going to where.
The importance for me was to show what their collective purpose was, which of course Peter's character Tyrion explains for us.
Okay, here we go. Let's roll, please. Mark, please. Mark it, please. And action.
Lady Greyjoy will escort you home to Sunspear. And her iron fleet will... Shit.
That one, guys. That was nice.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
Well, you're not seeing what I'm seeing. It's lovely.
So here we are in the Dragonstone map room. It's slightly changed from the original. The big change is that we designed a new dragon. So we've taken the old dragon out and we're now sculpting a new design of a dragon in.
What you got?
What we got? I got the map table.
The first time we obviously see this and see the furniture, we're going to have it all sort of caked in dust and sort of lived in, and the map markers, all the old map markers, are going to be tossed around the floor. So obviously the second time we do it, when we see it next, we'll sort of clean it up, and that's when we'll have the new map markers in there, basically.
We will not attack King's Landing.
So how do you mean to take the Iron Throne? By asking for it nicely?
With the exception of Tyrion, all the allies that matter in this scene are all women. I don't think there are that many situations in film or television where you see 4 women sitting around a table discussing power and strategy and war.
Will you take a bit of advice from an old woman? I've known a great many clever men. I've outlived them all. Do you know why? I ignored them. You're a dragon. Be a dragon.
Dame Diana telling me to be a dragon, I was like, banked. I'm gonna wake up some mornings and just tell myself that.
It's been so rare. We've all sort of been in like separate TV shows on these different locations story-wise, and we're lucky if we even meet each other actor-wise, so it's so much fun to be in the same room and act with them again.
Okay, settle now, please, guys. Here we go. Let's roll, please.
Sound speed.
Sound speed. 13, Lima, take 1. Speed. C marker only.
What are you doing?
You're not dying today, Sir Jorah. The operation on Jorah was one of the major technical challenges for me in episodes 2 and 3. 99% of the credit goes to Barry and his incredible prosthetics team.
It's something we hadn't necessarily done before, and it's like almost everything we do with prosthetics. It's all trial and error. We had to devise a way of removing the top outer skin of this disease and having an underlayer beneath which could bleed, and we'd have pus and various gooey things. And I think we had a team of 4 applying his body makeup.
My call, I was picked up at the hotel at 1:45 in the morning, and it was 5 or 6 hours to get the full top body prosthetic done.
Okay, and stand by to rip, please. Ripping in 3, 2, 1, rip.
The props for this scene are props that will be used in one scene, never seen again. You could have gotten away with a throwaway version of those props, and I bet 9 out of 10 people wouldn't have noticed because their eye is somewhere else. Deb doesn't approach her job thinking, well, nobody's gonna be looking over here. She gives equal focus to everything.
What people hold in their hands is really important because that tends to be what the camera will actually see in close-up. So something like Sam's medical instruments, you know, it's that cross between sort of medieval, but at the same time, you know, we're in the Citadel, and what does that mean? And what sort of instruments would Sam use to operate on Jorah?
Please try not to scream. I had 2 specific images. One was the camera there, and one was the camera there. The idea being that when we were seeing the scalpel cut through the grayscale, I wanted to also be able to see Ian's face and the pain of that. It had to have context. As a cutaway, it's just a prosthetic, but when Ian's face is in there, to me, it comes to life.
Even though everybody on the set knows that it is a prosthetic, there's an instinctive human reaction when you see blood and when you see flesh coming away from body and sinew underneath. You just have that instinctive reaction that you can't really control, seeing something that shouldn't be seen.
You do have those nice moments when you're as an actor where you sort of, which you're not supposed to do, there's supposed to be a hush in a studio, but certain moments where people go, oh no, that's disgusting.
How's that, Mark?
That's really good. It's funny if you want to.
The location team in Seville had found this extraordinary old armory, which had incredible scope to it. The challenge was to bring Anton and Lena through the set in such a way that could maximize that depth. And of course, the incredible scope of a number of skulls that they supplied for us.
We had made all of these extraordinary dragon skulls here for months and months.
There must have been 50 dragon skulls down there of all different sizes and different states of disrepair. It's like Robert's hidden trophy room.
Of course, we had the giant skull that was in the back there.
That had a digital 3D sculpture done in the art department. Then we took on the task of translating that into a pretty large polystyrene carving.
Balerion the Dread's skull would be the hero prop, and it's the largest dragon that's ever existed. And this is the dragon that spearheaded the conquest of this whole country and that put all 7 kingdoms under Targaryen reign. So if you can drive a giant tree trunk bolt through the skull of this thing, that means that maybe you stand a chance against the Dragon Queen. If you can't, you don't.
There does appear to be a plan in hand.
Have you ever been down here, Your Grace?
No, I can't say I have.
If they can be wounded, they can be killed.
The weapon itself is something that Tommy Dunn and his team made, and it's real. I mean, it weighs thousands of pounds. It's functional. I mean, if you really increase the tension on it, you could put one of those bolts through a cement wall. We didn't do that because that would not be safe.
If you kindly pull that lever.
He shows Cersei a working model. So he's basically saying to her, we can do this.
You're the greatest captain of the seas, so we needed a good sea battle in this series, right?
Yara and Theon did underestimate Euron's prowess and power.
Euron's ship was such a great, humongous, mean-looking thing. They were so right for that character.
The Silence is Euron's command ship, and it's supposed to intimidate people when they see it, and it's supposed to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies.
Euron.
The boat itself is a big fuck you boat built by a big fuck you guy.
It's one of those things where the Silence was written bigger than what we could actually afford to build. And so we had to be clever about the way we did that.
We decided that the best way to really put across the true size of this boat was to build a section of it, the bow section that rams into Yara's boat.
And so we designed a big naval ram that was on the front of that boat that would then crash into Yara's. And that was an opportunity to reintroduce the Kraken. And also we had the Corvus itself.
We built the Corvus so that it became lightweight and very strong. We had a stuntman standing on the end, and obviously a controlled fall, so we had to make sure we had the right speeds, which meant that we had to control it with a wrench system.
Here we go, and 3, 2, 1.
One of the major challenges in the boat sequence was how to, sell the idea that this was happening at sea, that they were floating on water, and yet we're in a car park in Northern Ireland. Sam's first ever was, well, we'll just blast a load of water against the sides and it will splash up. By having this splash up, there was an immediate visceral connection with the ocean.
We had green screens 60 feet high, all the way around the ship. So, there isn't really a direction that the camera can face that we don't have to do something.
We're big believers that real photographed elements are what helps sell the reality of our scenes.
Part of the look of it all, having a lot of embers burning through the shot as if all the boats are on fire. So we created ember guns. We had some larger rigs as well. We had a couple of moments where the whole sort of section of the mast would come collapsing down. Part of the battle is Euron's crews fire the burning projectiles at Yara's crew. Our effect there is really a lighting effect, which was basically a flare. Sometimes we had flares fired freehand, and sometimes we had flares fired down wires.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, action!
I have an axe, right? Of course he has an axe. He doesn't fight with a sword. He has an axe. So the first hit I have, blood just came like... And you... I was like, yeah, this is awesome. All right, next one.
The Iron Islanders have a particular breed or species of violence, which is bludgeoning, basically.
I wanted it to feel like of a riot when there's a flash of, violence and it just kicks off and nothing should look choreographed. We had 40 stunt guys on there, 6 cast members and the crew.
It will be axe, whip, yank, punch.
Namira, played by Jessica, with the whip, that's quite a challenge to have a busy environment with an 8-foot whip. So we do lots of inserts with a real whip and then we use a CG extension. And then killing of the sand snakes, we orchestrated their deaths and the whole point of that was for them both to see each other die.
One of the things I think we, the production, learned was to make it personal, to stay with individuals within the chaos of the battle. Initially, it was all about Gemma's character, Yara. We also found that Euron was such fun that it became more of a split.
Give your uncle a kiss.
And Pilu is such a great kind of heir apparent to Ramsay, is such a great baddie for this season.
I enjoyed it a lot because it's fantasy. So all my bad, evil thoughts gets released in Game of Thrones.
The key moment in the sequence is Yara coming up onto the poop deck area and really that moment of looking out over the stern of her ship and seeing the enormity of the attack and knowing that all is lost and that the only thing to do is to fight to the last like a good Iron Islander.
3, 2, 1, action, you go. And then he's going to go on action, then we'll readjust. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, action!
And it really all comes down to close-ups on 3 people and where they're at the end of this experience.
The key emotional moment was loss and betrayal when she realizes that her brother is broken. A take that I think we ended up using on her close-up where there was just a small tear, which we tend to be very show a lot of restraint in any kind of overt emotion in the series generally, but that felt earned to me.
And action.
March though, what is it?
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Apple, take 3, A marker. B marker.
3, 2, 1, action!
When I read episode 3 and saw that I would be bringing Dany and Jon Snow together for the first time, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up.
Jon meeting Dany. It was kind of an exciting, thrilling thing to watch happening even as we were shooting it.
So I think there is a spark from the beginning. Within the first scene when they meet, there's that kind of friction. So there's something bubbling.
People have been waiting 7 years for various people to meet and maybe get it on.
How very dare you.
Just kill it, Amelia. Just kill this scene. Kill it. Kill it.
We divvy up the scripts and Dan will get one half and I'll get the other half. And we're always kind of fighting over which half because there's usually a scene both of us really want to write and of course In this episode, it was the first meeting between Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow.
The scene, in essence, had to be relatively static. And so to achieve a sense of visual variety, we wanted to shoot from many different angles and to cut wide and get a sense of the majesty of this room, you know, whenever possible without destroying the intimacy of this initial meeting.
Part of the fun of it is kind of undercutting the drama a little bit, you know, in the very beginning when Missandei does her lavish introduction of Daenerys and all the titles that Daenerys has acquired over the years.
You stand in the presence of Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, rightful queen, rightful heir? Rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Oh, that was a good start. Rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the mother of dragons, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the unburnt, the breaker of chains.
And then Jon's waiting for Davos to do the same for him, and Davos wasn't really prepared for that because Jon doesn't really collect titles.
This is Jon Snow.
And then there's that awkward beat.
He's king of the north.
For both Dan and me, I think it's one of our favorite moments in the whole season. And we've both watched that now hundreds of times, and I think I laugh every single time.
And then, of course, the scene becomes this fencing match.
So I assume, my lord, you're here to bend the knee.
I am not.
And a wonderful moment where she comes down talking about her faith in herself. And I was expecting Emilia to play it a certain way, and on the day she played it, it was so much better than the way it was in my head.
Do you know what kept me standing through all my years of exile? Faith.
She made it so much better. I really understood the iron will of the character in that moment and understood these two immovable objects.
The worlds colliding and you realise the difference between these worlds. Between Jon's sort of humble, not wanting to show off, and then Daenerys, who is all show, who is all power.
I was born to rule the Seven Kingdoms, and I will.
You'll be ruling over a graveyard.
She's been the chosen one, and then suddenly this Jon Snow is like coming up in with a similar game plan of like saving people? No. No. She's ready for it when he comes in, but she tries to do her diplomatic thing first.
Jon is a terrible politician. Dany has this extraordinary pride and driven sense of entitlement to the throne, and that bars them from making a connection.
Am I your prisoner?
Not yet.
We're going to do a new version of the Walk of Shame. But I think what's going to provoke people with this one is that she's going to be on a leash. That's not a good signal to the rest of the female world, it's not. But he's not a very subtle guy.
This is the life.
As much as we're trying to imitate the Walk of Shame a little bit, obviously it's a slightly different affair because he's a conquering hero, so it's just the people he's dragging on the end of the chain are the ones that the crowd are booing.
This was soft tomatoes, and also there was what looked like phlegm. It was a bit green. It was made with aloe vera gel, so I'm sure it was a marvellous face mask. It was actually really fun, and I did think, how am I going to keep a straight face?
One of the most fun moments or beats in the scene for me is enjoying Euron, Pilo's Caesar, returning from the campaign moment of just his incredible kind of charisma, going through the blowing kisses to the girls.
I have to be honest. This is making me hard.
You realize, talking through Mark Mylod's episodes, how good he is at getting from one scene to another scene, where you just wipe Euron on his horse behind a pillar, and then he wipes out behind another pillar, and he's in the throne room. That's a very, very nice little piece of filmmaking there.
And then, of course, coming into the throne room itself, and what he thinks is his, flirtation and his, furthering his ambition to marry Cersei, and of course, Cersei is playing him like a violin.
There's only one reward I want.
When the war is won.
Of course, the fun of that triangle sets up with Euron shamelessly torturing Jaime is great fun.
I find it very upsetting, he comes in here and, he has the coolest looking outfit of all. He looks like a rock star. And he has the funniest lines.
Does she like it gentle or rough? A finger in the bum. Not now. We'll talk later.
Teamworker.
Here. Okay, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay, set, and action.
Make sure you change the torches every few hours. I don't want her to miss a thing.
It was, literally the first day of shooting of the season, and it's a 4.5-page, incredibly intense scene. So it was a heck of a thing to ask Indira and Lena and Rosa to drop into on day one of shooting.
It's acting. So you put yourself in a difficult emotional place, you put yourself in the shoes of the character, and you go there.
Poison, take one, Seymour. I never got to have a mother, but Marcella did. She was mine, she was the best thing I ever did, and you took her from me. Why did you do that?
Obviously, she wanted revenge for Marcella. And what way is more painful than watching your daughter die, unable to touch her? As she wasn't.
And action.
I want you to know I understand.
The scene for everybody in the audience, for me anyway, is about satisfaction of revenge. Instead of indulging the character's sadism to being the arch baddie that we all love to hate, her approach is that this character is a three-dimensional mother and human being. She plays it almost with an unwillingness, like a runaway train that she has no control over, that she cannot stop herself. And I thought that was such an incredible choice.
Rosabelle and I had to wear manacles, and we were tied to the wall. And we had trouble, because either they'd come undone because we were fighting against them, or I couldn't get them off. And literally, at the end of the day, I was like, mate, can't get it off. Can someone help me? And everyone's gone. Pete from props is like, I think we need a saw. And I had to be sawn out.
Thank you very much for an excellent day. I know it was a very tough day to start with. Everyone's work's appreciated. That's indeed a wrap. Thank you, guys.
What about Casterly Rock?
The Unsullied will be there soon.
Casterly Rock was a huge challenge because we didn't have a location for it.
It was on our laundry list of things that we were trying to find. And then what we ended up with was right under our noses. And that was our River Run set that we used last year.
Alpha 29 Alpha, take 6, E-mark.
And so consequently, we ended up with basically 40 foot of battlement to redress and reskin, and then with the idea that the visual effects department would extend that set.
The set that Deb Riley designed reminded me of Salzburg Castle, which I had scouted for another project. Then we kit-bashed a couple of castles that we had and added some features from Salzburg Castle. It's perched over, I think, the Rhine, so it looks just like Casterly Rock.
What was incredibly helpful there was the structure and the script of Tyrion's voiceover narrative.
Interesting thing about my father. He built Casterly Rock as we know it, but he didn't build the sewers.
Which allowed us to jump forward in time.
So it's a courtyard, plus a battlement, plus an exterior wall, plus a doorway.
Ready, and action.
It's a big stunt affair, so we've worked very closely with Raleigh, the stunt coordinator, in terms of how ladders are put up onto the side. We're talking ladders here that's sort of 30 feet high or something. You know, it's quite a scary height to be working at, so that involves a lot of detail to get that right.
3, 2, 1, action!
We dropped one of our boys 18 feet on what we call a gold tail drop.
Ready, and action!
Which was quite a hard hit, which was fun to do. Maybe not so much for him, but for everybody else it was quite fun.
It's very difficult to put together a kinetic sequence with a spear and a shield. Swords are much more fun because you can really swing them about. Spears are hard. Rowdy and Jacob between them came up with what I think is a good journey for that character, with the determination and focus of that character to get to his goal.
I've been training for the last 2 weeks. This year's going to be slightly harder because I've got a helmet on for the whole fight. There's no peripheral vision, there's no up, no down, only straight ahead.
along with Jacob, and through that character's eyes, we drive forward with this expectation, as Tyrion says, you know, we will be victorious. And of course, that's not the case. We're completely blindsided with a classic David and Dan rug pull. When Grey Worm stands up onto the battlement and sees that his fleet is being attacked by Pilu's gang, it is a moment where we as an audience realize that Tyrion has been completely outflanked by his family.
Where are they? Where are the rest of the Lannisters?
We found a great place in Spain that just looked different enough to all our other castles to be somewhere like Highgarden, which is rich, agriculturally, you know, very fertile area, and didn't look like a northern castle at all. It didn't have that heavy stonework.
It had a slightly feminine quality, and of course the view was just sumptuous. The morning we shot there, we came up at sunrise to get going early in the morning, and I think maybe one of the castle exterior shots catches a little bit of it, but there was a mist across the fields there that was just magical. It was Tolkien-esque, it was extraordinary.
We had to remove a lot of modern additions from there and build things to disguise the things that we couldn't safely remove. So hopefully it's largely invisible work from the construction point of view. And then the set dressing, adding in all of the chests and the gold, there was a lot of things that went into that location. Having already seen the taking of Casterly Rock, we just keep relentlessly showing battles. There's a diminishing return. The important emotional beat here was to get Jaime and Diana's character, Lady Olenna, into the same room. That was what the real battle was.
Here we go. Background.
The idea to march with Jaime and behind him was a dramatic device, not to repeat a battle, and also just to show the focus, the stone-cold focus of that character of Jaime in his mission to what he has to achieve, which is to overthrow House Tyrell, and which he does with extraordinary success.
Will there be pain?
No. I made sure of that.
That's good.
And by the way, she managed to chug a whole glass of wine. That's not easy to do because there were 12 different takes on that bit, but she chugged it every time, and that's a pro.
I'd hate to die like your son.
But of course, at the end, she then tells him the truth about what happened to how Joffrey died.
Jaime finally gets to turn the tables on someone. He finally gets to kill one of his enemies, which we haven't seen that much, and she still wins the scene. She wins her death scene, which is a hard trick to pull off. And so much of it comes down to Dame Diana Rigg.
We've been so lucky to have her on the show.
That's a series wrap on Diana Rigg.
To sign off on one of the great television characters. Bidding adieu to Diana Rigg's participation in Game of Thrones, it was special.
I can remember still the first time we met her in the lobby of a hotel in London. You know, you don't audition dames, they kind of audition you. She's been incredible ever since.
Tell Cersei, I wanted to know it was me.
Firstly, I was thrilled because the scene where she gets to the gates of Winterfell is really great.
I'm Arya Stark. This is my home.
Fuck off. Everyone has been waiting for the Stark children to be reunited, me included, and the chance to bring them together was very exciting.
Your list of people I'm going to kill.
Probably the scene I was looking forward to the most was the scene between Sansa and Arya in the crypt when they're standing in front of the statue of their father.
Pretty sad, but just so powerful.
Doesn't look like him. Should have been carved by someone who knew his face.
As I read the progression of the season, I realized it wasn't going to be all fun and games on set, but to have Sophie around on set again has just been the best.
We were really excited. Like, when we first got the scripts, we were texting each other, "Did you read all the scripts yet?" And I'm like, "Not yet." And then I read that we reunited, and then I rang her up and I was like, oh my God, I just cried. Like, I can't believe this is happening finally.
Keep it settled, thank you. Just hold that for us for now. Yes. Hold that, ladies. Thank you. Try and resist each other.
You got that?
It's tricky.
It's complicated.
It's been so much fun. She's my best mate.
And everyone's like, oh, it's so nice you girls are back together again. And I was like, just you wait, because by week 2, you're all gonna hate us, because we're very annoying when we're together.
Before we left the gang. Gang's love.
To be shooting back in Winterfell has been amazing. It's bringing back so many memories. Although last time that I was at Winterfell, it wasn't shot here at all. It was shot in a different castle.
People say to me, where did you find that location? They don't know what we've built and what was the location. It's a great compliment.
I just assumed Winterfell was a real castle, you know. I know from the pilot it was a real castle, and I guess I just kind of assumed that part of it was still shot. And no, they built this thing, and they made it bigger this year, and they'll continue to make it bigger.
We've had a kind of recreated Winterfell that had been recreated by Ramsay Bolton. After the Battle of the Bastards, obviously had fallen back to the Starks. You know, as a result, it needed a slightly different setup. Couldn't be quite as cold anymore. And we needed a lot more corridor space for walk and talk. We needed new rooms. We had more characters that needed to be housed. One which was a room that hadn't been seen since season 1, Catelyn Stark's chamber.
All of these sets are bigger than you can imagine and more detailed. They have done such an extraordinary job.
We're rolling, listening.
Set.
Set! Your Grace.
The Jon Dany relationship is one of the biggest storylines of the season. I pick up with them when Jon has convinced her to let him mine for Dragonglass.
I don't think Jon and Daenerys trust each other entirely at that point.
Those dragon glass caves. The entrance was at Zemaya Beach, and then we came into a set build, which was down in Banbridge, Northern Ireland.
And we're set. And action!
The dragon glass was actually bitumen, so it's a kind of tar in its raw state. It looks like dragon glass. It's rather extraordinary. It was smashed into small amounts. Then a number of plasterers spent weeks plotting in these small bits of glass to create dragonstone between the rock strata.
We were able to create a look that was similar to what Tommy had already been using for his dragon glass, the armory that's associated with dragon glass.
Well, this is it. All we'll ever need.
It's Jon Snow's entire plight of the season. It's like, no, seriously, there's these dead people, and they're gonna kill everyone.
Children of the forest made thee.
What?
And it's a really important place. It's a magical little place. It's like the caves in France in Lascaux, you know, where we find the earliest examples of human painting. And we looked a lot at that as reference. It should feel prehistoric, but magical.
Because the enemy is real.
And I think it's probably mixed up in that moment that the tenderness for him begins to kind of come in. I will fight for you.
It's a weird thing, isn't it, when you seriously have the hots for someone, but you don't trust them. That's hard.
When you bend the knee.
And
I think you look beautiful.
cut, we've got to go again. And action.
You can't use that, my lady. It's too small.
I won't cut you. Don't worry.
I'll try not to.
Rolling, rolling. Cue marker. Forward to roll. Clearing, listening.
The fun thing about the Arya and Brienne thing was I don't think we had to do too much to it to make it really fun to watch, because everybody's wanted to see these two together for a long time. And if they didn't know they did, they certainly do the minute the two of them meet.
Nice.
It was so exciting to train for that fight, and we trusted each other.
But to be fighting Gwen, who is far over a foot taller than me, and for her to be, fighting someone who's far, far shorter than her. It's been a massive challenge.
Generally, as you attack, you move forward, and as you defend, you move back. And they have completely different sizes of gait, of step. That was a big challenge to choreograph that and deal with those issues. We use stunt doubles for their skill sets and also to put them in harm's way to a degree.
3, 2, 1, action.
In a fight, it's so much more than just choreography. Every movement says something about the character. It tells the story of these two very different warriors. Who taught you how to do that?
No one.
There's a big sequence. You see a horde of Dothraki coming. You see the Lannisters and the sort of Roman soldiers that they are forming up their beautiful shield wall, preparing to meet a dangerous, dangerous foe.
We can hold them off.
But then Drogon flies in. And everything changes.
Essentially, it's wow. How are we going to achieve this?
Something like the loot train involves a lot of different departments, all sort of working at sort of the very extremes of their abilities.
There's Drogon setting lots of things and people on fire.
We've got 50 horses, 200 extras, 60 stunts. We have fire, wind, smoke.
A lot of the times we've got 2 or 3 or more elements being shot at the same time.
Loot Train is the biggest sequence, without a doubt. To shoot it in 18 days is a significant challenge.
The horse department, these guys have tons of experience. Camilla, who's the head of the horse department, brought some great ideas to us.
Until now, we haven't really seen the Dothrakis do much on horses, so this is our chance to really show off their skills and what they can do.
Camilla, she was just saying, you know, with the Dothraki, it's a very different style of horseback riding than what we've seen in Westeros. They grew up with their horses. They're famous for their skill on horseback.
For me, the most interesting part of the loot train sequence is when the Dothrakis come down the hill and when they stand up in their saddles. There's this force coming towards you.
And I thought, well, that sounds great, but that's not possible. She said, no, it is. We build these special stirrups and we can do it. And she showed me a rehearsal of what it would look like. And all these guys perfectly coordinated. It's extraordinary.
We're just showing off even before we get to them, and then we smash through the ranks.
We have a shield wall which the Dothraki attack. We've created channels in the shield wall for them to go through. We've had breakaway spears. We've had guys jumping off horses, going into the shield wall. Yeah, we just try to make those guys really, really vicious and violent.
Have your spear down here like that, and as he's at the vertical, just go forward and smash him with the spear.
Then my character, he wants Jaime Lannister.
Come on!
He comes storming through, and he has 2 swords all the way through, just mowing people down.
Cut, reset, go again.
I'd done a lot of research on Comanche fighting, and one of the things that I had read about is that they could swing very, very low to the side of their horse to avoid people shooting guns at them. They would use the horse to block them. So we have a fight between a Dothraki and Bronn, and I used that idea. So Bronn goes high with his sword, and the other guy literally drops out of his saddle, completely perpendicular to the side of his horse, cuts off the front leg of Bronn's horse, and sends him to the ground.
We did a thing called Bronn's Runner. So when Bronn gets knocked off his horse and he's traveling towards the Scorpion, we do this long shot, takes about 33 seconds of him traveling through on a journey. So he comes past a burning wagon, there's someone on fire. He turns around, he sees someone's throat getting slit. Then he turns into a rearing horse that nearly knocks him over.
As I'm chasing him down through the battle, until I eventually follow him into the carriage with the Scorpion on it.
Action!
So we have a team of wire riggers here, and they've been planning and prepping and rehearsing for this specific stunt. So we'll have a number of lines coming out the back of me into the carriage that I'm hitting, a line on the front to stop me, and a line on the top to keep me airborne.
Definitely got a bit of that Western feel, but then you throw dragons in on top of that.
Dracarys.
You see a dragon, which is essentially a nuclear bomb, being used in a way you haven't seen before against people you like.
Come on, you fucker.
And everything changes.
Dracarys.
Now he's the size of a 747. The diameter of his dragon breath is 30 feet.
We're going to set fire to 20 guys in one shot, which I believe hasn't been done before on film or TV.
Ready, and 3, 2, 1, action!
We invented this idea that people would carbonize almost instantly, and I asked the special effects department if they could create sort of carbon figures that then when the wind from the dragon's wings comes right behind the breath, that they would literally just disappear into dust. The special effects department, led by Sam Conway, did a brilliant job of building these charcoal paper figures.
The most complicated shot of season 7 has to be the strafe front.
The road for hundreds of feet is exploding in fire, and we're traveling above Dany, on the dragon as that's happening for an extended period of time.
The strafe run was 150 feet long. It involved lots of testing, and of course we had to tie it in with the spider cam.
It's fire being shot from a 3D motion control spider cam rig that's being integrated into all of those pieces.
And it's an awesome shot. It's really cool.
So the process of putting Dany or Emilia Clarke on Drogon is complicated. Typically, we film the sort of background for the shot first, based on the previs. And then we do what we call some pre-animation. The VFX vendor will sort of animate what Drogon would be doing, flapping or soaring. And then from that animation, we'll take the section where she's got to sit and we'll program a motion base that she will sit on to move exactly like what that dragon is doing in that one spot, as if she was really riding on Drogon, but in a stage in Belfast in front of green screen.
You just got to harness every single bit of imagination you have and just use it. I mean, can you even imagine being on the back of a reptile that's breathing fire at your command? That's huge.
You're not sure how you feel about that?
That was perfect.
There's no show like Game of Thrones, and there hasn't been, and there probably won't be a show quite on the scale of this show. Each person who is involved in running their own department here is extraordinary. So you are walking into a well-oiled machine, but at the same time, you're being given the keys to a Ferrari, and that's a great joy. And the expectation is, put the pedal to the metal and go. Underwater photography is challenging. It's very slow going, moving things, setting shots. It all just takes 10 times more time than you would if you were above ground.
Come on up here, guys. So, hold on.
Does it matter for you story-wise that I'm sinking quicker than him?
This shot, you guys are connected so much. For the time that I'm going to use it, it's okay.
And so you don't get as much done as you would like. Every time someone moves down below, they send up some sediment that makes it hard to see. It's a cloudy image. You have to wait for that to settle. There's a lot more challenge to working underwater than you would realize.
He's wondering what he's done. Is this the right way to do it? It's all very blurry and confusing for him. There's Dothraki picking up pieces of Lannister armor and putting it on themselves, and there's faces he recognizes. And to be in the war room and strategize is one thing, but to have dead men laying in front of you, it's a very different thing.
I know what Cersei has told you.
What Daenerys does in this scene is not so good.
That I've come to destroy your cities. That's Cersei Lannister, not me.
I think it's a kind of noble choice that she's asking them to make. Either you're with me,
bend the knee and join me,
or you're not, or refuse and die.
No, I think he's had enough. Randall's a stoic.
You are not my queen.
He's made a decision. War is war, and the victor is the victor, and the conquered will suffer.
You will have to kill me too.
I think when Dickon decides not to bend the knee, it's an important moment. He's basically saying, you're going to have to kill me too.
She's just going, I'm making a choice and I'm sticking to it. I'm standing by my actions and I'm going to accept any consequences.
Dracarys.
In the Tarly burn, we'll do 3 stages. We'll have, obviously, with the real actors.
Dracarys.
And then I'll bring in some interactive light and some very, very bright orange light to envelop them in, and that'll give them an intermediate stage and to then put stuntmen in.
And then 2 of my stunt guys with fire masks on that have actually been sculpted to match the actors' faces will then start in that position. And then for a few seconds they will then crouch down, and then Sam Conway, the special effects supervisor, has these crispy critters that are the shape of a man, but once ignited, they drop into dust.
It looks amazing, and it's really horrifying. It's going to be excellent.
Stand by to shoot. Keep it very still. There should be no chat now.
The fire stuff, which is a lot more dangerous, we tend to take our time with that, and Riley's big on making it as calm as possible.
Action!
That seems to be the trick. If someone's on fire, you know, it's quite a high adrenaline thing going on, and saving your breath is very important, so you've got to be calm. You've got gel all over your head. You're wearing 3 layers of Nomex, which is a fire retardant kind of material, as well as your race suit. You're going to be wearing a mask that's going to go over your head. And the big silicone heavy masks that sit on your face, so you want to get used to breathing with that in. You have a safety guy with you at all times, so that he's showing you what to do and what you need, and he's there to make sure you don't forget anything. And he leads you out there slowly. Can't see much through this mask, so he's going to show you exactly where to go. Get gelled up with the accelerants.
Rolling.
And you hear rolling, they put you on fire, and then you're ready to roll.
And 1, and 2, and 3, and down, 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 out, out, out.
And the minute you hear Riley say, out, 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 get down flat on your stomach, and your fireman will come in and douse you in CO2.
Dracarys.
Tyrion sees that happen, and he's horrified, and he wonders, is Daenerys like her father, the Mad King, or is she someone that he can really rally behind?
Right, very nice. Checking that. All right, thank you guys very much.
And he comes back, and Varys is similarly concerned, and the 2 of them are afraid that they're backing the wrong person.
What else could she do?
Not burn him alive alongside his son.
I'm sorry, from where? The comedy styling's in between. What? Okay. Yes, I'm pouring. Ready?
Yes.
Daenerys is in Trafalgar.
And she never will be. With the right counsel.
It leaves Daenerys' relationship to Tyrion, it leaves it very fragile.
Great. Sure, good. Here we go. We're just at the end, which I would love.
Dany, she's pretty ruthless when it comes to using her weapons of mass destruction.
And action.
She sends a message loud and clear.
How many men did we lose?
We haven't done a full accounting. We can be as smart as we want, but at the end of the day, we can't beat those dragons. They're too powerful.
Jaime and Cersei's relationship is a big part of this season. He loves her, but he's terrified of her. And he doesn't think that she has her eyes open to the realities of the world.
Her dragon burned 1,000 wagons. Kyber and Scorpion fight bolts bigger than you. That couldn't stop it. She has 3 of them.
I don't know if it's just blind stupidity or insane confidence in her position, but she'll just try. She'll try anything. And certainly not giving anybody what they think she's going to give them. She can't bear to do it.
So we fight and die, or we submit and die. I know my choice. A soldier should know his.
But, you know, these are siblings, twins, lovers. You know, their fates are intertwined, and where they go from here, you know, will be exciting for next season. You know, the show is such a challenge that I don't know that I always allowed myself the opportunity to step back and fully appreciate the global view of the moment that I was living.
All right, here we go. Here we go, stand by. Go to 1, stand by, lock it off, please.
But one moment I did love, there's a moment in episode 5 where Jon meets Drogon.
This is basically the bottom of it is gone.
In terms of the mythology of the show, that here you have this secret Targaryen meeting a dragon, and you're not sure what's going to happen when they come face to face. And Drogon is huge and immediately comes right at him aggressively, and Jon stands his ground, and it's a beautiful moment. And standing out there on this cliff in Northern Ireland with 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds whipping through, shooting the scene with Kit Harington and his cloak blowing like a superhero in the wind, reaching out and touching this giant green dragon head, which sounds like it would be silly, but in the hands of great actors, you know, like him, great actors can make you believe what you're seeing, you know, and being out there on that cliff top was pretty extraordinary.
Okay. That's you.
Dany, she doesn't want to see her dragon eat him, but she would like to see him sweat a little bit. I think she probably is about 85% sure that the dragon's not going to eat Jon. And then it's intentionally shot in such a way where she loses sight of him for a while because of the way the dragon's neck rises up, and it makes the moment entirely between Jon and the dragon and takes Dany out of the equation for a couple of crucial seconds in the scene.
But I quite liked that moment with the dragon, and there was something I wanted to bring to it, which is quite animalistic. If you show a vicious animal fear, it will jump on that, but if you show it bravery, then it will respond in a different way. Well, that was exciting to play.
And so the fact that this young man who's never met the dragons before is able to walk right up to Drogon and let Drogon smell him and deem him acceptable is really interesting to Dany. It seems unusual and a little bit strange. She's not entirely sure what to make of it. And then she's a little bit beguiled by it. And what does Drogon see in Jon? What's the connection there?
The tension is kind of building and building and building gradually over this season between Sansa and Arya.
How can you even think such a horrible thing?
You're thinking it right now. The thought just won't go away. When Arya returns to Winterfell, she had this idea of what home would be now, and she realizes it's not that at all. And she doesn't trust anyone. I think she's definitely got her guard up. But she's never trusted Littlefinger.
The arc for Littlefinger this year is a great one. Everything is on shaky ground for him. So Littlefinger has to start trying to manipulate the pieces, and he does what he usually does, which is to try to pit people against each other. And he begins a campaign to create division between Sansa and Arya.
You're sure this is the only copy in Winterfell?
Yes, my lord.
If he can just revive their rivalry as children, he can have them tear themselves apart.
We assume that Arya has the upper hand and that she's following me and that I don't know about it, but in fact it's the other way around.
He knows that Sansa wrote a letter urging Robb to bend the knee after Ned Stark had been imprisoned.
Treason.
And he knows the damage that letter could do to Sansa's standing with the other Northern Lords.
When she does find the letter, it's really quite an unstable moment for her.
Good. I just want to pick it up from over here, from looking under the cabinet. And I think our rack there was a little snappy, and I think it would be better. And it is nice that there's a reunion, but there's also that sense of, well, what will this reunion actually do for this family? It may not be such a good thing after all.
You ever been in a boat before?
No.
You know how to swim?
No. Memes have become my life now. Yeah, I didn't know when I was going to come back, but I was under the impression that I would.
We found out that he rode himself to King's Landing, went right back to where he started.
Background and action.
Thought you might still be rowing.
Cool. As far as we'll go.
And Davos goes and finds him and brings him back into the fold, and he becomes a huge, important player.
I don't know much about swinging swords. But this. Also, the fact that he's a bit handy with this Warhammer is something that I'm very pleased about. This I know.
For Gendry's Warhammer, Will came up with a nice design within his Baratheon team household.
There must be a kind of a real inner pride in him, because Robert Baratheon, famously wielded a Warhammer in the great battles of days gone by. So it's sort of a nice nod, I think, from Gendry to his bloodline.
Huh? This is Gendry. Will do.
Tango, take 3.
Reading the script for my episode, this most daunting thing was the frozen lake sequence, which is big and really hard to shoot.
It's a massive amount of fighting and stunts and special effects.
The zombie polar bear may be more difficult than doing dragons.
2, 1, action!
You go like, is this even possible to shoot?
Dan and David wrote the scenes for 6. I think it was really fun for them to have all these crazy killers together on this mission.
But we all die. The enemy always wins. And we still need to fight him.
Most of the heavy lifting of the sequence, the Army of the Dead on the frozen lake, that was all in Wolf Hill Quarry in Belfast.
This episode is probably the most contained of all the episodes this season in terms of most of it takes place beyond the wall. And that was shot, with the big exception of Frozen Lake, that was shot in Iceland.
There's not a living woman within 100 miles of here.
We have to make do with what we've got.
And we cut. Okay.
Iceland. It's the lead up to Frozen Lake, and hopefully it's what sets the world for the Frozen Lake, so you sort of believe the Frozen Lake takes place in that world.
No matter how great your visual effects are, or your art department and everything, there's just nothing quite like the real thing if you can find it.
Here we go then. Stand by your shoot.
This is going to make the episode, I think, these locations.
Well, it's very challenging to shoot in Iceland. Everybody has to pitch in.
Never been north before?
Never seen snow before.
Beautiful, eh?
Where in winter it's a completely unforgiving environment. You have 4 hours of light You scout a location, you go back later, and there's 4 feet of snow, so you can't put a dolly track anywhere.
Same order, same action, just before dialogue.
There's a sort of kick bollock scrambleness to filming out here where you have such limited daylight and you have conditions which are like this or worse.
Right, Delta, take one.
Not a shock to the system. They all knew it was going to be cold, but the wind the last 2 days was extreme.
This is what we should be doing, really.
And it can push you around and it wears you out, and you've got heavy, thick clothing on that keeps you warm, but it's tricky to move.
You know, it's in the hands of the gods when you come out and film somewhere like this.
The beginning of episode 6, there's a lot of establishing the relationships between the group on the hunting party.
Your father wanted to execute me, you know.
And then on to more serious business of getting hold of a white, or indeed, hopefully not getting killed.
We have a big scene with a polar bear.
So you're in a blizzard, your visibility is 10 feet, and you've got something that's out there that you don't know where it's going to come from. It's very much like a shark attack.
We felt like a real collaboration in building that sequence. It was the script, it was VFX, and it was my ideas, and it was also, I worked with a wonderful storyboard artist, made the scene richer.
It's a big CGI polar bear. We did it in a big CGI box. And they said to us at the start, this is going to be quite confusing because you won't have any sense of direction. And it was a bit weird.
So the polar bear fight was a real challenge because obviously we don't have a zombie polar bear. I have got a big guy in a green suit.
I've had people going, oh, when I'll come towards you, I'm a bear. No, you're not. Your name's Toby. It's pretty weird, to be honest.
And it was clear there was going to be quite a bit of wire work. And 3, 2, 1, action! Stop!
It throws them around, it smacks them all over, it's huge, and their regular weapons can't kill it. So it's not until Jorah comes up with his the Dragon Blast dagger. Action! Like the smallest weapon they've been trying to use against him, but the Dragon Blast deanimates it.
I just got bit by a dead bear. You did?
Funny old life.
Frozen Lake sequence is so ambitious that I don't think any of us really understood what we were getting ourselves into.
They said, so here's what we're thinking. And they sent me pictures of a quarry with nothing. And I thought, really? Okay, what else you got? And and then slowly, every time I came back, we were doing more work, and we were sort of, positioning where the island would go and where the Night King would hang out. And the difference was amazing.
As soon as I read it, I knew I needed to do it in a quarry because it has to have a flat surface, Ice forms in flat pools, it doesn't have a hill. We had to do a lot of work on it to make it like an ice lake.
The scale of it is enormous.
We concreted the entire quarry floor.
They levelled the quarry and started pouring what I think Tom Martin told me ended up being about 11,000 square feet of concrete just to get the frozen lake element of it alone.
So we've sort of built the biggest car park in Northern Ireland, really, with an island in the middle of it.
We built the island in the middle like we would build a set. All of the form work was put in, finished by the plasterers the way that a set would usually be finished. And then you can't talk about that set without acknowledging the snow team.
I believe it's the biggest snow set ever. Could be a Guinness Book of Records. 36,000 square meters of snow.
3, 2, 1, action!
We built some walls to take us from Iceland into this lake to sort of make believe that we were in the same environment.
Stop!
By far the most effort, expense, time, agony is going into the frozen lake because that's where most of the action and dragon stuff happens.
the idea of having our heroes trapped basically on a life raft, surrounded by enemies, and if you wander off it, you're dead, and if you stay too long, you're probably gonna die because, you know, you're gonna starve or freeze to death. That was interesting to us.
I've been waiting for the end for a long time. Maybe the Lord brought me here to find it.
You know, getting Alan Taylor was a big thing because Alan's so good with this stuff. He's such a talented director, but he's got such a great eye for creating tension and disturbing shots.
You know, I look back at some triumphs from previous seasons, like Battle of the Bastards is one of the best things ever achieved in, you know, television, maybe cinema. And it's partly because the storytelling is so clear through a chaotic battle. Our scene is smaller, it's like 6 guys on a rock, but there's just as much chaos because whites are involved and they tend to, you know, crazy zombies that tends to devolve into chaos immediately.
Oh, fuck.
And so trying to focus the story so you understood the terms of the battle was the main challenge.
You come up here. I call it a fight mode. When you're in the middle of a fight, you need to have all your adrenaline on a maximum. Too dry? And when you have whites attacking you from all sides, you're on a super maximum.
To build it, you've got to loosen up. You've got to be ready for a fight.
And it needs some screaming. You need some hitting the axe.
Even the extras are so into it.
Okay, here we go then. Let's start bringing on action.
This one is the lead characters trying to keep hold of the captured white, and they drag him up this hill. So we basically end up going from character to character, hero moments where someone gets in trouble, another hero saves them.
Action.
And eventually, Kit gets to the very top, and there's a red shirt, which is one of my stunt guys, being attacked by a white, and Kit kills the white, but it's just that half a second too late because he just gets to the edge as the red shirt falls off of the cliff into all of the whites. And it's about a 10-foot drop, but it's all stunties down there who catch the guy and envelop the guy at the same time, so it looks like he's being caught by all of the whites.
At that point, it's a matter of time before we're dead, unless Daenerys shows up.
Come guys to your first position.
And she does arrive just in the nick of time, which is you just have to. There's no other way that this scene could be written.
One of the main dramatic events of this is, of course, the dragons coming to the rescue, and they're north of the wall, and so you get the direct, you know, explosion of fire against ice, which is the central sort of motif of this whole story saga.
This is like a cutting torch, you know, going into a piece of ice. Imagine if you dump water into a blazing hot pot, it explodes. So that's the effect of the fire on the ice lake.
So when we shoot it, we use, you know, airplane landing lights, make them look like firelight. We also do some explosions to set a kind of reference for what fire would actually look like.
Rolling. Action.
If you kill a person on screen, it's bad. If you kill a puppy, you're really dealing with emotional stuff. And I think the dragons are beloved. I mean, we also think they're invincible, so it's a shattering moment when it happens, and we're trying to shoot it in a way where we serve that. No, it's one of those great story moments where you don't see it coming, I don't think, and then when it happens, it's like, oh, of course, you know, it always had to happen. It makes perfect sense.
Losing one of her dragons, I think, not only is it her power, but the emotion of losing a child on top of that. It is everything that you know her for in one moment taken.
Go now! Leave!
then working out, of course, when the ice breaks, what are you going to do then? Because obviously then the quarry stops being useful.
So if we can now go back to a first position then, please.
And then they got one day man being dunked in a tank of water for a whole day. Which I was laughing at Alfie Allen because he had to do that, and I was literally on set laughing at him until someone came up to me and said, "You've got to do that in January." Oh.
So open water, broken ice is a challenge for visual effects, special effects, to make look real in a quarry that can't do either.
I think back now, and there was not a script when I spoke to David and Dan the first time about coming back to this season, but they told me the story. And then when they told me, you know, the details of the final scene.
And this was always the episode that was, in some ways, we're most excited about and also the most nervous about, because so much of it is dependent on those, you know, that final set piece actually working.
3, 2, 1, action.
The eyes of the White Walkers and the Whites have been such a prominent feature of the show, and a lot of work has gone into the specifics of how the eyes look. And to see that hopefully iconic image at this point blown up to the size of, you know, a beach ball, that seemed like it was a crowd-pleasingly oh shit moment.
There was that same feeling I hope everybody else has when they watch it, which is like, no, oh cool, what's gonna happen next?
This is like the big G8 summit. This is like all the world leaders coming together. And it's really about the worlds colliding.
The dragon pit needed to be big enough to formally have hosted dragons in it, so it couldn't have been any smaller place. And this amphitheater was quite big in Spain during times of the Roman Empire.
As you walk in, you're very awed by it. We are actually working in a genuine gladiatorial pit.
The set extension that we're adding is supposed to suggest a giant domed structure in which they kept the dragons over many, many centuries.
Strange place for a reunion.
It is, my lord.
We don't know what's going to happen. None of the characters do. It can go south very quickly.
The darkness is coming for us all.
And it's incredibly serious. The mood is somber.
So you'll walk into this then?
This is one of the more complex scenes I've ever been asked to shoot. You have almost the entire cast of the show in one place for a very long sequence with a lot of stuff going down and very important and very specific beats to capture.
Hey kid, we're just gonna do a pickup that starts with there's only one word that matters, the Great War. Yep. And take it until I fought them.
And each one of those beats has to be captured. If you don't shoot it, it's not there. Like, you can't shoot these things in a generalized way. You have to shoot them very specifically. So you have Cersei seeing Tyrion for the first time in a long time.
Lena gives me a look that I never want to see ever again.
The first time they lock eyes, that's a moment. The first time Euron sees Theon, that's a moment. So do that times 500. And that's kind of what this scene is.
We are all trooping down to the dragon pit, and Brienne spies the Hound, and no one can predict how they're going to react.
What, that last time they saw each other?
Yeesh. Met my brother. That was good. I had a standoff with him, which was great fun.
Remember me?
From the story point of view, it's like, it was exciting for everybody. It's like, okay, new dynamics, new frictions, new everything.
Cersei arrives with the Mountain and Jaime and the Kingsguard, and she's, you know, pretty fierce. And then she realizes that Dany isn't here. Where is she?
She'll be here soon.
and that pisses her off. And of course, Dany arrives on a dragon. And she tries desperately to not be impressed. And then in walks this young beauty of a queen, and she's beyond frustrated on many levels. She can't bear it.
I want a bit of a Joan of Arc look with a metal dress, just like a chainmail dress. This sort of molded, just a black molded coat.
We discussed a lot of kind of covering Cersei up, so she was just sort of locking herself in, more austere and less vulnerable and untouchable.
As she walked away, I wanted something which made you just really on edge. She'd give this really simple, strong image, and then as you see her walk away, it's like, oh, she's like, really, there's something really disturbing about this woman.
The spine that she's done in that felt coat, and she layered it with some sort of leather so it looks like bone. It's amazing, it's amazing.
To have the Targaryen in Daenerys really start to show her true colors, people. Like, this has got real for her now.
I wanted to start going towards the charcoal and the red, because, you know, those are the sigil colors. But it was red on grey, and we had a really lovely pleated red dragon scale. And the chain, it's the dragons, obviously, the 3 dragons. I didn't really want her to wear a crown. I just wanted something which signified status.
Now, can we separate the head a little bit more, or change the position of the head? Yeah, more lopsided. Can it be torn so it looks like it's less attached?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah.
And even if the neck's extended or something, that looks good. Less natural.
3, 2, 1, action.
Well, for me, being a horror nerd, I was slightly giggly, so I was like, oh, my very own zombie.
Action!
As the box comes down, I run out towards the Queen. Go to try and get her, which I've got a chain around my neck, which is stopping me going anywhere.
She's back as a kid, just realizing everything her grandma, her nannies told her was real.
I turn round to run towards the Hound. He chops me in half.
So that, you know, strangely enough, you know, one white way more complicated than 10,000 whites, because you're dealing with a white with a lot of detail. So it's behavioral, it's visual effects to make the white look like he's bones and shredded skin and doing a lot of very complicated things, and a lot of visual effects required for that. It's very specific actions, which make a very exciting dynamic sequence, but are very tricky in terms of shooting.
We can destroy them by burning them, and we can destroy them with dragon glass.
And in many ways, is a scene between Jon and Cersei. He's there to prove to her that there's a bigger enemy for them to worry about than them just kind of fighting each other.
There is only one war that mattered. The Great War.
33 necklace, take 2, sea marker.
We wanted to make it as plausible and believable and terrifying as it was for everybody to think that you were going to enter into that scene, that one of the 2 Stark girls was going to kill one of the other 2 Stark girls.
Are you sure you want to do this?
It's not what I want, it's what honor demands.
It's possible to see how this tension between the sisters, the sibling rivalry, could lead to some type of tragic violence between them.
You stand accused of murder. You stand accused of treason. How do you answer these charges, Lord Baelish?
I think for Littlefinger, because he's the consummate player, you don't really expect him to ever get outplayed, but he does get outplayed, and that is like a shock.
The tables are very cleverly turned, much to Littlefinger's, and we hope the audience is surprised.
My sister asked you a question.
None of you knows the truth.
You held a knife to his throat.
This for Bran is an interesting moment in time. This is like something he'd go back to see, you know, 100 years ago.
Bran brings the knowledge, Sansa's the politician, and Arya's the warrior.
You told our mother this knife belonged to Tyrion Lannister. eerie scene because I was speaking to Aiden about it, and he was like, "Oh, it's a real shame because I always thought Littlefinger was like a good person." And I sort of turned around and was like, "That's why you play him so well, because you don't play him like he's a bad character. You play him like every single one of his decisions is justified."
What's the worst reason you have for turning me against my sister?
Sansa, please.
I'm a slow learner, but I learn.
You could argue that if anybody deserved it, it's him at this point. But on the other hand, like a lot of very complex characters on this show, you love them and you hate them.
Sansa, I beg you.
What I thought was so great about Aiden's performance is that he really showed a kind of vulnerability and humanity in that last moment before he died.
I loved your mother since the time I was a boy.
And yet you betrayed her.
And I think you really felt that he really loved Sansa.
I loved you.
And it's kind of horrible when he gets killed.
More than anyone.
And yet you betrayed me.
Also nice to probably see Littlefinger really unnerved for once and really backed into a corner and rattled and wrong and sorry and dying.
Sansa!
So for the Littlefinger death, we got Aiden in and we did a live cast of his neck. I mean, for us it was great because it was our one major death that we were going to get to do on this show, and it was like such a huge character. We did a test with Aiden. It was absolutely brilliant.
3, 2, 1, action.
And I just want to pay tribute to an extraordinary actor. David and Dan and I have had it's been such a privilege to write for him for the past 7 seasons. I think it's safe to say the Game of Thrones would not be what it is without Aiden Gillen. That's a series wrap. Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for. It's been really amazing to be part of this for the last 7 seasons. I really appreciate, the work that you do, and everyone on the show works so hard, and it's been a pleasure to be part of it. So, thank you. It's been great.
Yay!
Look upon each other and say the words.
I would say the challenge with this sequence was finding a way to present information that at least a good portion of the audience already had in a way that was dramatic and exciting.
The High Septon Wedrick and Lyanna in a secret ceremony.
I mean, it was always meant to be a montage.
Is this something you can see?
The important thing was getting Sam and Bran together because they had varying pieces of the puzzle, but they didn't have all the pieces.
And so to see that actually these were 2 people in love, and that this whole thing that started off the series of Game of Thrones, Robert's Rebellion, was a total lie.
Jon is not just the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, but he's the true-born son. He's not a bastard.
And that means he's the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and that changes everything.
Man.
Well, it's great to shoot something that's a revelatory moment. And then, of course, the even bigger revelatory moment.
I think they both know it's wrong. I think they both know it's going to cause problems. But it's that thing, when you suddenly feel that deeply about someone, it's like a runaway train. You can't stop it happening.
You don't even get the relief of how beautiful it could be or should be. It's not good. But it should be, but it's not.
And she's his aunt, so there's that. If that kind of thing would bother you.
Might be the reaction.
I like looking at her and going, oh God, I'm sorry, let's go again. But the fact he is actually heir to the throne, I can lord that over Emilia every day. Every day.
We tried to contrast the various season endings so that they don't feel too similar. So last season we had a pretty triumphant ending with Dany finally sailing west towards Westeros. You're supposed to feel like, it's like fuck yeah ending, and then this one's like, oh fucking no.
As a season closer, it's phenomenal. And from a directing point of view, okay, how do we do that?
Every year, Dan and David have cooked up something that makes us read the outline of the script and just go, holy shit, how the hell are we gonna do this?
And what really kind of got me super jazzed, I guess, was when we saw the first conceptual paintings. They're not specific to shots or whatever. They're just like, this is the vibe of this scene. And so they'll do this like beautiful painting of a dragon, you know, blowing blue flame, blowing a hole in the wall. You're like, now I see it. Holy crow, like that is spectacular.
And a lot of it is virtual. There are only so many pieces you can physically shoot. Of course, whatever we can shoot, we did shoot. We have fire elements that were shot that blast against the wall, whites on green screen. We have the Night King on a motion base on the back of zombie Visceron.
For the Ice Dragon, we look back at the models that we created when Tyrion visited the two sick dragons. Their ribs are poking through the skin, and their skin has become translucent. We added the wound, which is very important, the spear wound that kills him. We also worked on what does his fire look like, because it's not healthy fire. It's you know, it's a magical evil fire.
This sequence is a real proof of just the dedication and commitment of that whole team of people working around the world to make something that's impossible and unreal seem so real and so present.
I didn't see that coming. I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun.
Winter is here, and it's all hitting the fan from all directions.
Yeah, we've talked a long time about seeing the wall come down. It's all getting real.
It's suddenly terrifying. They're breaching the wall. You know, it's happening. And it's an amazing thing, isn't it?
Рассказывает Джейми Ланнистер. По легенде, один охотник выследил до самого логова льва, наводившего ужас на его деревню. Вооруженный лишь копьем, он смог убить льва и львицу, но пощадил детенышей. Такое милосердие пришлось по нраву старым богам. Яркий солнечный луч озарил стены той пещеры, и те засверкали золотом. Охотник стал рудокопом и построил крепость для охраны обретенного богатства. Никто никогда не спрашивает, что стало с львятами. Возможно, умерли с голоду, забытые богами. А может, и не было никогда ни львят, ни львов, ни охотника, неважно. Тот, кто нашел в пещере столько золота, мог заплатить за любую истину. И за замок, который он назвал в честь своей семьи. Утес Кастерли. Благодаря этому золоту утес Кастерли скоро стал самым большим, богатым и неприступным замком Вестероса. Если войско пробьется к главному подступу, ему предстоит взобраться на толстые, высокие и хорошо защищенные стены, а на случай осады море любезно выточило под замком огромную пещеру, которая со временем превратилась в отдельный порт со своими доками, причалами и верфями. И до сего дня, как бы ни манило захватчиков золота Вестероса, утес Кастерли не пал ни разу. Во всяком случае, в битве. Увы, но замок — это все, что осталось от семьи, давшей ему имя, от Кастерли. Другая легенда гласит, что мой предок Лан Умный занял их замок хитростью. Будто бы он нашел в утесе скрытую расщелину и пробрался в замок. Ночами он шептал в уши спящих угрозы, выл во мраке, подбросил сокровища одного брата в покое другого и так далее. В конце концов, Кастерли поверили, что их преследует демон, и бежали. Мой брат предпочитает другую версию. Лан Умный действительно нашел тайный вход в утес, но использовал его, чтобы пробраться к девицам Кастерли. Со временем девушки родили златовласых бастардов, и Кастерли был вынужден принять их отца в семью. Лан отплатил тем, что поменял имя семьи на собственное, и так появился дом Ланнистеров. Золото утеса превратило Кастерли в лордов, а Ланнистеров — королей. Тысячи лет короли с утеса правили западными землями. Когда железнорожденные превратились в угрозу, мои предки отплыли к Железным островам и вернулись с сотней заложников, пообещав за каждый набег на наши берега вешать по одному заложнику. Железнорожденные притихли после 20-го или вроде того. Когда пришли андалы и разгромили соседние королевства Вестероса, мы пригласили их сыновей и дочерей в утес как оруженосцев и фрейлин. Вряд ли нам пришлось вешать хоть кого-то из них. Наконец, Эйгон Завоеватель победил нас на пламенном поле, и мои предки преклонили колено. Но мало что изменилось, кроме титулов и податей. Увидев утес, Висения Таргариен возрадовалась, что мой предок встретился с Эйгоном в поле. Даже драконье пламя, окатив скалу, оставило бы на ней отметину не больше, чем морские волны. Но теперь рудники истощились, и утес Кастерли стал всего лишь утесом. Наше золото превратилось в легенду, подобно милосердному охотнику Илану Умному. За ними последует и наш дом, если мы проиграем войну. Однако, в отличие от Кастерли, у нас даже нет замка, по которому запомнят наше имя. Рассказывает Рэндил Тарли. Тирелы владеют Хайгарденом, но не построили его. Они унаследовали замок от королей Простора, но приходится им роднёй лишь по женской линии. На самом деле замок построили Гарденеры, короли, а не лорды Простора. Как видно по имени, они были законными наследниками Гарда Гарденера, который основал их дом, само королевство и принес в Простор закон и порядок. Он строил Хайгарден как крепость, а не роскошный дворец. В те темные времена железнорожденные свободно грабили по всему Мандору, а дарнийцы были еще опаснее, чем сейчас. Стыдно признать, но однажды дарнийское войско захватило Хайгарден и уничтожило дубовый трон, живой престол королей Гарденеров, выращенный самим Гартом Зеленой Рукой. Гарденеры ответили мудро, отправив свои войска на защиту окраин. Мои предки из Рогового холма присоединились к ним, как и другие великие рода Простора. Даже дом Хайтауэров уступил без боя, предпочтя союз с домом Гарденера в войне, способный ослабить нас перед чужаками. И все же чужаки пришли. Андалы пронеслись по Вестеросу, уничтожив многие древние дома и королевства. Когда захватчики, ведомые сиром Алистером Тиреллом, достигли Простора, дом Гарденеров предпочел битве сотрудничество, в надежде, что почести и браки удовлетворят честолюбие чужестранцев. Тиреллов позвали служить наследственными стюардами Хайгардена. 1000 лет спустя они сполна отплатили Гарденерам за прием. Когда Эйгон Таргариен заявил свои права на Вестерос, король Мерн IX заключил союз с королем западных земель Лораном Ланнистером. Они вместе боролись за спасение Вестероса от новых чужеземных варваров и их срамных семейных обычаев. Но драконы победили. Пламенное поле поглотило Мерна со всеми его сыновьями, внуками и братьями. Вместо обороны, для чего замок и был построен, Харлен Тирелл сдал его Эйгону без боя. В обмен Харлен был награжден замком, которому его семья служила 1000 лет, со всеми подчиненными ему уделами и их лордами, включая мою семью. Возможно, когда-то Тиреллы были великими, но Харлен отрекся от чести, когда открыл чужеземным захватчикам ворота, которые был не вправе открывать. И с тех пор не было ни одного лорда Тирелла, который не позорил бы свой титул. Домом правят женщины. Все это знают. И смотрите, что получилось. Их законный лорд, наследник и королева мертвы. Жива только сморщенная старуха, забывшая о верности королевству, от горя или слабоумия. Но шипы защитят ее не лучше, чем любую розу, которую вырвет с корнем сильная рука. Рассказывает Сэмюэл Тарли. Мейстеры не верят в пророчество, у них есть на это все основания. Говорят, дети леса могли видеть будущее, и все же их застигли врасплох и едва не уничтожили первые люди и долгая ночь, что едва не уничтожило нас всех. Некоторые мейстеры считают, что уже после того, как дети леса исчезли из Вестероса, их дар предвидения придумали менестрели в надежде поразить девичье воображение. Не то чтобы сами мейстеры достигли в этом большого мастерства. Когда на Железные острова явился Эйгон Завоеватель, король-жрец Лодос провозгласил, что его божественный отец, утонувший бог железнорожденных, показал Лодосу, как кракены утягивают корабли Эйгона в пучину. Но ни один кракен так и не появился, а если бы и явились, то не смогли остановить Эйгона и его драконов, не имея крыльев. В смятении Лодос набил карманы камнями и вошел в море, чтобы посоветоваться со своим богом-отцом. За ним последовали тысячи. Судя по всему, утонувший бог не оценил рвения толпы. Трупы выбрасывало на берега Железных островов еще долгие годы. По преданиям, дом Таргариенов пережил рок Валерии благодаря Дейне Сновидице, которая предвидела это бедствие и убедила отца покинуть родину. Может, так оно и было. Таргариены были очень непростым семейством. Но, как указывает мейстер Яндель, на Востоке Таргариены были лишь одним из тысячи мелких знатных семейств, а в Вестеросе стали королями. На наши берега их привела скорее политика, чем пророчество. Политикой можно объяснить и пророческие сны Дэймона II «Черное пламя», Таргариена-бастарда, который, как говорят, унаследовал этот дар предков. Скрываясь под личинами живого рыцаря, он поведал будущему лорду-командующему Королевской гвардии, что увидел во сне, как в белостенном замке из яйца вылупляется дракон, и уверовал, что это знак, будто он займет Железный трон. Возможно, если бы он поспал чуть дольше, то увидел, как десница короля подавляет восстание Дэймона день спустя, не дав ему толком начаться. Большинство мейстеров считает пророческие способности Таргариенов мистической чушью, наследием их восточного происхождения. И то, признаться, за узким морем не найдется ни одного базара, где не гадал бы на судьбу колдун из Кварта или не предсказывал бы будущее по крови заклинатель теней из Асшая. Во всяком случае, так мне говорили мейстеры. Но, будучи ребенком, я подслушал, как кухарка шепчется с горничной о лесной ведьме, обосновавшейся недалеко от Рогового холма по прозвищу Маги-Жаба. Теперь я понимаю, что это искаженное от восточного названия колдунов — Мейга. Однажды мой отец поехал на охоту, хотя для дичи был не сезон. Какими бы силами ни обладала эта магия, они ее не спасли. Даже самым мудрым мейстерам, однако, нечего сказать красным жрецам, которые пророчат новую долгую ночь. Уже тысячи лет они ожидают возвращения принца, что был обещан. Он должен родиться среди соли и дыма и прогнать тьму, как делал это прежде. Из какого королевства этот принц? Кто его обещал и кому? Об этом пророчество не говорит. По крайней мере, есть подтверждение, что и Эссос не избежал долгой ночи. Могу предположить, что это природное бедствие смутило умы на Востоке. В отличие от Вестероса, у них не было никакого представления о Короле Ночи или Белых Ходоках, против которых сражались первые люди и дети леса. Они видели лишь ужасную зиму, которая окутала землю и задержалась на ней слишком долго, пока чудесным образом не возвратилась весна. И тем не менее, может, от проезжих купцов, может, в видениях в огне, красные жрецы узнали истину. И теперь истина у всех на виду и верна как никогда. Но мейстеры отказываются ее видеть. Они спорят, сомневаются и стараются держаться того, что было бы разумнее всего. Потому что они испокон веков ничего другого не делали. Большинство пророчеств может и ложь, но не все. Грядет долгая ночь. И знаете, если мы в это не поверим, не нужны будут никакие пророчества, чтобы знать, что ждет нас в будущем. Рассказывает Сэмюэл Тарли. Цитадель в Старом Месте — это величайшая сокровищница знаний на свете. Хотя и сравнить-то ее не с чем. Для большинства лордов книги как младшие сыновья. Полезно держать под рукой, пока они находятся где положено. Когда Хайтауры еще были королями и правили Староместом, один из младших сыновей, будучи калекой, искал утешения в книгах и общении с теми, кто их пишет, став величайшим покровителем наук того времени. Ученые всех мастей стекались в Старомест, чтобы спорить, писать книги и снова спорить. После смерти этого принца, Перемора Скрюченного, его брат даровал землю питомцам Перемора, как называли тех ученых. Теперь они известны как мейстеры. Подобно ночному дозору, цитадель принимает под свою сень любого, будь он знатного звания, крестьянин или бастард. Не знатность рода, а лишь заслуги определяют его продвижение. Когда новичок докажет знания в какой-либо области, он начинает ковать цепь, указывающую на его мастерство. Звено из чугуна говорит о знании воронов, золотое — о знании в математике, серебряное — об искусстве врачевания, железное — о знании военного дела. Звено из валерийской стали показывает причастность к высшим таинствам — магия. Цитадель не любят произносить это слово. Как и объяснять, как летают драконы или ходят мертвецы. Когда претендент скует достаточно звеньев в цепи, он становится мейстером. Если же он продолжит обучение, то может достичь звания архимейстера, носящего кольцо, жезл и маску, выкованные из металла, соответствующего избранной ему области знания. Наиболее мудрого и выдающегося из архимейстеров могут даже призвать в Малый Совет великим мейстером, чтобы наставлять короля и все королевство, и чтобы информировать обо всем происходящем в цитадель. Сердце цитадели — ее библиотека, хранящая знания со всего мира обо всем, что только можно представить. От самых элементарных знаний и вплоть до запретных. Если бы завтра наступил конец света, благодаря знаниям из этих книг мы смогли бы воссоздать мир заново, теоретически. Будем надеяться, до этого не дойдет. Как учат всех новоприбывших, цитадель — это больше, чем просто здание, больше, чем библиотека или мейстерский орден. Это сама идея того, что мы можем познать мир не полностью и не за одну человеческую жизнь, а шаг за шагом. Каждое поколение приумножает знания своих предшественников, пока может, и оберегает накопленное, если не может. Но, к несчастью для всех нас, порой цитадель забывает то, что надлежит помнить. Рассказывает Варис. В свое время драконье логово было одним из чудес света. Под его тяжелым куполом взрослые драконы Таргариенов откладывали яйца, и даже в самые темные ночи казалось, что стены светятся изнутри огнем этих огромных тварей. Рассказывает Квиберн. Как и стены, стоявшие здесь раньше, септы поминовения, когда Мейгор Жестокий разрушил ее драконьим огнем во время утренней молитвы. Крики умирающих эхом разносились по Королевской гавани весь день, а пелена из пепла и дыма провисела над городом неделю. Но когда она рассеялась, исчезло и восстание Святого Воинства. Септа поминовения стерлась из памяти, а Мейгор решил заменить памятник богам памятником своей семье, драконьим логовом. Вот только работники исчезали, как не бывало. Ведь после завершения Красного замка Мейгор закатил пир на 3 дня для всех его строителей, каменотесов и плотников. В конце пира все они были убиты, чтобы лишь один Мейгор знал тайны замка. Поэтому-то со строительства драконьего логова бежало столько людей, что Мейгору пришлось использовать узников городских темниц и нанять как умелых, так и несведущих в строительстве работников из-за узкого моря. Больше века Таргариены держали своих драконов в драконьем логове. Но драконы не лошади на конюшне и не псы на псарне. С каждым поколением драконы теряли в весе, в стремительности, в долголетии и неуязвимости. Во время танца драконов 2 партии Таргариенов убили нескольких драконов своей семьи, сражаясь друг с другом. Бешеная толпа даже обломилась в драконье логово и перебила 5 прикованных там драконов. Правда, последнему удалось обрушить огромный купол крыши на нападавших. Драконы так и не восстановили былую силу и численность. Возможно, их наследственность испортилась, а возможно, кто-то вмешался, чтобы ее испортить. Но последний дракон вырос не больше кошки. Из-за этой смерти Эйгон, третий этого имени, получил прозвище «Погибель драконов». Что такое драконье логово без драконов? Крыша осталась там, куда и рухнула. Большие бронзовые двери заржавели и упали с петель. Там, где когда-то ели и спали фантастические создания, резвились проститутки. А потом пришла Дейнерис. Теперь драконы снова тревожат небеса, но никогда больше не потревожат драконье логово. Дейнерис узнала, что держать драконов на цепи — безумие. Руины минувших дней, когда короли и королевы летали высоко над своими подданными. Вот чем стало и чем останется драконье логово. Рассказывает Джорах Мармонт. Бежав из Вестероса, я оказался там, где чаще всего оказываются опозорившие себя рыцари, в рядах золотых мечей. Это лучший из наемных отрядов Востока, если такое звание хоть чего-нибудь стоит. 20 000 закаленных в боях ветеранов с конями и даже боевыми слонами, готовые убивать врагов своего нанимателя. Неважно, каковы причины, и неважно, что из этого выйдет. Отряд золотых мечей был создан ради мести. На смертном одре один из королей Таргариенов узаконил всех своих бастардов, то ли в надежде купить себе вход на 7 небес, то ли назло семье, оставленной на земле. Случилось то, что и должно было случиться. Фамилии отца великим бастардам оказалось мало. Они пожелали забрать себе и его трон под знаменами нового дома Блэкфайров Черного Пламени. Их законорожденные братья этого не допустили. Проиграв гражданскую войну, Блэкфайры отплыли в Эссекс, чтобы собрать новую армию и с нею добиться своего. Но на войну нужны деньги. Эйгор Риверс, возглавивший сторонников Блэкфайров, с того времени он принял прозвище «Жгучий клинок», решил продавать услуги своей армии другим правителям в ожидании возвращения в Эстерос. Так на свет появились золотые мечи. Своим девизом они выбрали слова «Под золотом жгучая сталь», чтобы напоминать себе, что они не просто убийцы по найму, но вестеросские рыцари, которые однажды вернутся отвоевывать свой родной дом. Они так никогда и не попытались это сделать, потому что оказались слишком хороши, как наемники. Когда Квохор отказался заплатить свежеиспеченным золотым мечам за работу, жгучий клинок сделал то, что не удавалось даже дотракийцам. Взял и разграбил город. Набив золотом казну вольного отряда, он объявил, что в отличие от всех прочих наемников, золотые мечи никогда не нарушат заключенного договора. Они и не нарушали, но заключали договор только если перевес был всецело на их стороне. Трусость? Возможно, но не глупость. Не раз бывало, что война заканчивалась, когда золотые мечи лишь соглашались присоединиться к одной из сторон. Не только репутация отряда отпугивает возможных врагов. Кому-то достаточно взглянуть на походный шатер капитана, окруженный позолоченными черепами его предшественников, хранящими следы смертельных ударов. У наемников, так тратящих золото, его должно быть в избытке. Никто не станет платить тем, кто проигрывает войны. Смогут ли золотые мечи завоевать Вестерос? У них больше боевого опыта, чем у обычного рыцаря, а их слоны могут превратить поле боя в настоящее месиво. Но тот, кто воюет ради золота, никогда не будет драться так, как тот, кто защищает свой дом. Я это знаю точно. Я побывал среди первых. Теперь я среди вторых. Рассказывает Мизинец. Что король замыслит, то десница притворяет в жизнь. Во всяком случае, так говорят короли, их десницы и те, кто метит в десницы. Простой народ излагает эту мысль по-другому. Король ест, а десница потирает задницу. А дело-то в том, что большинство королей не любят управлять страной. Как их за это винить? Власть им досталась по праву рождения. Неудивительно, что на сложенном из мечей кресле им не сидится. Гораздо приятнее найти кого-нибудь, кто будет управлять вместо тебя. Но как королю подобрать себе десницу? Из родни? Один король выбрал десницы брата, принца Мейгора, человека воинственного, гордого и надменного. Мейгор согласился жениться на племяннице Верховного Септона, чтобы заключить союз веры с короной, а потом втайне женился на другой женщине, по валерийскому обряду мастерски соединив двоеженство с ересью. Когда об этом стало известно, королю пришлось отправить Мейгора в изгнание, а своим новым деснице назначить Септона. Но ущерб уже был причинен. Король доверился своему родственнику, а его брат учинил такое, что вспыхнуло восстание, стоившее королю и власти, и жизни. Как насчет силы? Едва возмужавший сир Кристен Коль сменил прославленного сира Райма Редвина в рядах Королевской гвардии, а скоро стал и лордом-командующим. Но рыцари знают только один способ разрешать споры. Когда умер отец принца Эйгона, сир Кристен перерезал горло советнику, который возражал против коронации Эйгона в обход тетки, помазанной наследницы. Этот поступок так восхитил нового короля Эйгона, второго этого имени, что тот назначил сира Кристена своим десницей в последующей гражданской войне, прозванной «Танцем драконов». Ни сир Кристен, ни король, ни даже драконы Таргариенов не пережили этого танца. Нет ничего удивительного в том, что самый мудрый король в истории Вестероса принял самое мудрое решение, избирая десницу. Сын простого кузнеца, Септон Барт, имел не так-то много возможностей продвинуться в жизни, и этих возможностей стало еще меньше, когда его еще ребенком отдали святой вере. Однако Барт на должности королевского архивариуса так впечатлил короля, что тот, вопреки возражениям всех своих знатных советников, сделал Барта своим десницей. За этим последовало 40 лет процветания. Барт добился столь многого, что многие лорды и простолюдины поговаривали, будто он колдун. Они не могли принять никакого другого объяснения, говоря о человеке без знатного происхождения и воинских заслуг, потому что то, чем обладал Барт, встречается реже, чем первое и второе — острый ум. Прошло много лет, и в государстве не было человека умнее, чем лорд Тайвин Ланнистер, десница короля Эйриса Таргариена, или, каким он остался в истории, безумного короля. Ему в каждый день мерещились убийцы и заговоры, в тишине голоса, и король сжег людей заживо. Но прогнав лорда Тайвина, он совершил главное безумство. Вслед за этим Безумный Король повторил поочередно все ошибки своих предков. В десницах бывали и воины, и лорды-подхалимы, а под конец даже алхимик, возможно, чтобы сократить растущие расходы короны на дикий огонь. Увы, это не спасло ни его корону, ни династию. Новый король Роберт назначил десницы своего приемного отца, лорда Джона Аарона, самое умное решение из тех, что Роберт когда-либо принял. Не то чтобы было с чем сравнивать. Увы, и эта затея кончилась плохо. Лорд Аарон был человеком чести, выходцем из старого и гордого рода, но честь — слабая защита против столичных пороков. Преемник лорда Аарона, лорд Старк, тоже это уяснил. Возможно, порочна сама идея десницы короля. Вестеросу нужен правитель, способный править сам, тот, кто сам притворяет в жизнь то, что замыслил. Король, который не может управлять своим королевством, не король, а десница, которая потирает задницу за другим человеком, просто потирка. Рассказывает Джейми Ланнистер. Чтобы приструнить непокорного вассала, большинство лордов шлют войско, и только мой отец, лорд Тайвин, посылает певца. Ничто так быстро не сбивает спесь и амбиции вассалов, как звуки Рейнов из Кастамера. Древний и гордый дом Рейнов из Кастамера медленно погружался в грязь, ибо копии его иссякли. Утратив золото, они обратились к более простому источнику богатства — дочерям. Леди Эллен Рейн была помолвлена с моим двоюродным дедом. Когда тот пал в бою, леди Эллен быстро нашла утешение в постели его брата-близнеца, потеснив его невесту. Потом, разделив с братом-близнецом супругу, он разделил с ним и смерть в другом сражении. Тогда леди Эллен бросилась к следующему наследнику утеса, женатому к тому же. Но мой дед Титос был скорее котенком, чем львом. Он сбежал из ее объятий и обо всем рассказал жене, а вскоре леди Эллен была выдана замуж за лорда Уолдерона Тарбека, главу другого почившего рода. Рейны и Тарбеки должны были кануть в безвестность. И канули бы, не стань мой дед лордом утеса Кастерли. Поначалу западные земли смеялись вместе со смеющимся львом, как прозвали веселого Титоса, но поняв, что у этого льва нет ни клыков, ни когтей, стали смеяться над ним. И громче всех Рейны и Тарбеки. Хотя леди Эллен больше не жаловали в утесе Кастерли, Титос не отказывал ее братьям, Роджеру и Рейнерду Рейнам. Даже когда те попросили о непомерных судах. На золото нашей семьи леди Эллен восстановила в Тарбек-холле то великолепие, которого она не ведала со времени изгнания ее из Кастерли. Когда же мой дед заводил речь о возврате, Роджер и Рейнард только смеялись. А скоро с ними стал смеяться и мой дед. Тем временем Тайвин, мой отец, на войне 9 грошовых королей увидел, как королевство потешается над домом Ланнистеров. Вернувшись, он вознамерился восстановить подобающее нам место и потребовал немедленно уплатить утесу все долги, а тем, кто не может, предоставить заложника. Рейнард Рейн только посмеялся, когда получил ворона. Лорд Уолдерон Тарбек предпочел приехать в утес Кастерли, уверенный, что сможет упросить лорда Титоса отменить приказ моего отца. Так бы и случилось. Встретил он у ворот Титоса, а не Тайвина, который бросил лорда Уолдерона в темницу. Леди Эллен протестовала, Рейны грозили войной, и в конце концов мой дед дрогнул и выпустил лорда Тарбека, к тому же с извинениями. Словно желая искупаться в позоре целиком, Титос даже простил Тарбекам все их долги. В честь окончания вражды лорд Роджер устроил Титосу пир в Кастамере, и оба лорда провозгласили, что их дружба продлится вечность. Мой отец позволил вечности продлиться 1 год. Когда он призвал Рейнов и Тарбеков в утес Кастерли ответить за их преступления, те подняли митеж, как он и ожидал. Их неповиновение дало ему повод созвать знамена и выступить с армией на Тарбек-холл и Кастамере. Деда он даже не озаботился известить. Отцовское войско так быстро обрушилось на Тарбек-холл, что у лорда Уолдерона не было времени собрать силы, и он вышел навстречу отцу только с домашними рыцарями. Вскоре его голова, голову его сыновей и всех мужчин с кровью Тарбеков украсили копья авангарда Ланнистеров, идущего на Тарбек-холл. Завидев их, леди Эллен Тарбек закрыла ворота и послала воронов своим братьям в Кастамере. Ей казалось, что осада будет долгой, и времени собрать войско предостаточно. Мой отец за один день поставил требушеты и разрушил крепость за несколько часов. Леди Эллен и ее сын пали, как и их дом. Когда войско Тарбеков сдалось, мой отец предал замок огню. Роджер Рейн прибыл как раз вовремя, чтобы увидеть, как дом его сестры пожирает пламя. Он напал на лагерь моего отца, надеясь внезапностью победить превосходящего числом неприятеля. Этого не случилось. Потеряв половину своих людей и получив арбалетный болт в спину, лорд Роджер бежал в Кастамере. Войско Ланнистеров подошло туда через 3 дня. Как и утес Кастерли, родовое гнездо Рейнов изначально было рудником. Когда золото закончилось, шахты расширили и глубоко под землей сделали из них чертоги, галереи и опочивальни. У братьев Рейнов не было людей, чтобы защитить стены замка, и они отступили в свою подземную крепость. Оказавшись в относительной безопасности, они предложили условия мира, чтобы избежать долгой осады. Мой отец не ответил. Вместо этого он приказал запечатать рудники камнями и землей, чтобы никто не мог ни войти, ни выйти. Когда это было исполнено, потребовалось меньше дня, чтобы запрудить поток возле замка, и всего 2, чтобы направить его в ближайшую шахту. Рейны взяли с собой в рудники больше 300 мужчин, женщин и детей. Немногочисленная стража сообщила, что ночью внизу слышались слабые крики, но с рассветом под землей снова было тихо. С тех пор лишь дождь в пустынный зал по лордам слезы льет. Озвучено по переводу сайта 7королевств.ру. Гарри Ллойд в роли Визериса Таргариена. Конлет Хилл в роли Вариса. Пилу Азбек в роли Эурона Грейджоя. Николай Костер-Валдау в роли Джейми Ланнистера. Софи Тернер в роли Сансы Старк. Эйден Гиллен в роли Петира Бейлиша. Игра Престолов. Завоевание и восстание. Анимированная история 7 королевств. Перевод сайта 7королевств.ру. Глава 1. Таргариены – последние наследники Валерии. Рассказывает Визерис. Наш мир не всегда был так мал и тесен. 1000 лет назад, пока остальные люди молились богам, валерийцы сами стали богами. С магией или без, они подчинили величайших созданий в истории. Лошадь дает человеку власть над сушей, корабль над морем. Но драконы дали нам небо, и все и всех под ним. С его высоты мои предки правили всем известным миром, а что было не нашим, о том и знать не стоило. Наша столица Валерия затмила великолепные города Востока, ибо молоток и долото не сравнятся с драконьим огнем и колдовством. То был город и империя, созданные существовать до конца времен. Этого не случилось. 400 лет назад на Валерию упал рок. Горы раскололись словно яйца, озера и реки закипели, фонтаны огня, пепла и дыма извергались из земли, такие высокие и горячие, что сгорели даже летящие драконы. Суша треснула, и в нее хлынуло яростное море. За несколько часов величайший город в истории стал историей. Но мои предки не сгорели и не утонули вместе со всей своей расой. За 12 лет до Рока, презрев усмешки своих врагов, Эйнар Таргариен и его семья покинули столицу. Легенды гласят, что его дочь узрела во сне разрушение города. Но больше похоже, что Эйнар был за что-то осужден и предпочел изгнание казни. Он и дом Таргариенов бежали на унылый, дальний, забытый богами остров. Больше его не забудут. При помощи утерянных ныне искусств мы превратили крошечный форпост в драконий камень, крепость, достойную последних драконьих владык. А затем потомки Эйнора зажили там, как в гробнице своей утерянной родины, пока не появился Эйгон. Когда он смотрел на восток, то видел там прошлое, старое, отжившее, мертвое. Но когда он смотрел на запад, то видел будущее. Золотые недра, золотые нивы и никаких драконов в небе, кроме своих собственных. Он и его сестры Рейнис и Висенья облетели весь огромный континент, якобы путешествуя по чужим землям. Но когда Эйгон вернулся, он приказал сделать большой стол с вырезанным на нем Вестеросом и всеми значимыми реками и горами, что они увидели. Портрет 7 королевств, которыми тогда правили 7 сварливых семейств. Дом Дюрандонов держал штормовые земли и правил ими из штормового предела, что к югу от Драконьего камня. Дом Хоров с Железных островов завоевал и поработил еще и речные земли и правил ими из Харренхолла, чудовищного замка, возведенного на берегу Божьего Ока. Дом Старков держал морозные пустоши севера, самого старого, большого и безлюдного из королевств. Дом Ланнистеров держал западные земли, богатейшее королевство благодаря его золотым рудникам. Дом Гарденеров держал простор, второе по богатству королевство благодаря его обильным урожаям. Дом Ааронов держал долину, или вернее долина держала их. Путь через тамошние горы преграждали кровавые ворота, которые никто ни разу не взял. Дом Мартеллов держал пустыни Дорна. Возможно, потому что никому другому они были не нужны. Вместе же 7 королевств составляли Вестерос, государство, которое еще не было государством, и правили им 7 семейств, не ведавших настоящего величия. Эйгон их научит. Глава 2. Вторжение. Рассказывает Варис. Дюрандоны именовали себя штормовыми королями, но они были лишь слабыми порывами ветра. Их королевство в штормовых землях за последние 2 столетия пришло в полный упадок, чему поспособствовали другие дома, и прежде всего Хоары, почти закончившие свой чудовищный замок Харренхолл. Слишком большой и затратный, чтобы править из него только речными землями. Король Аргелак понимал, куда вскоре обратятся железнорожденные. Казалось бы, король, желающий сохранить свою корону, должен быть осторожен с обладателем огнедышащих чудовищ. Но короля Аргелака Дюрандона не зря прозвали надменным. Решив предотвратить падение своей семьи, он отправил на Драконий камень посла, чтобы заполучить Эйгона Таргариена и его драконов для борьбы со своими врагами. В обмен на это Аргелак предложил земли, которых у него не было, и жену, в которой Эйгон не нуждался, ибо по обычаю Валерии Эйгон женился на своей старшей сестре Висенье, а затем, и это для Валерии необычно, и на младшей сестре Рейнис. 2 сестры, 2 жены. Возможно, как раз поэтому он и стремился выбраться с Драконьего камня. Эйгон любезно ответил Аргелаку. Он отправил своего посла, предложив вместо этого отдать руку принцессы Дюрандона близкому другу Эйгона и, по слухам, его единокровному брату Орису Баратеону. Ответом Аргелака стали коробка и записка. Это единственные руки, которые от меня получит бастард. В коробке были руки Эйгонова посла. Разве можно представить повод лучше? Когда его войско было готово отплыть, каждому великому лорду 7 королевств полетели вороны. Все несли одно и то же послание. С этого дня в Вестеросе будет только один король. Те, кто преклонят колено перед Эйгоном из дома Таргариенов, сохранят свои земли и титулы. Те, кто поднимут против него оружие, будут низвергнуты, посрамлены и уничтожены. Бедный старый Аргелак. Даже в надменности он не превзошел Эйгона. Эйгон высадился в устье реки Черноводной и поставил простенькую крепость Эйгонфорд на спорных землях между королевствами Харрена и Аргелака, так что никто из них не мог решить, чья это забота. Приняв обычаи 7 королевств, Эйгон развернул свое знамя с красным трехглавым драконом, выдыхающим пламя на черном поле. Висенья короновала его украшенным рубинами обручем из валерийской стали, а Рейнис провозгласила первым верховным королем на континенте со времен рассветной эпохи. Лорды Эйгона и собравшиеся местные жители приветствовали его, после чего король нарек своих верных друзей Малым Советом, а его главу Ориса Баратеона назвал «моей мощной десницей». Этот титул прижился, и бастард стал первым королевским десницей. Пока же все королевство Эйгона состояло лишь из скалистого острова до пары полей. У остальных королей были большие армии, корабли, замки и тысячи лет правления. Зато у Эйгона были драконы. Девизом своего дома он избрал слова «пламя» и «кровь». Прежде чем он закончит, реки, поля и небо станут красными. Глава 3. Хооры, железнорожденные короли речных земель. Рассказывает Эорон Грейнджой. Харен из дома Хооров унаследовал королевство, которое протянулось от Железных островов до Трезубца, и было слишком обширным, чтобы править им из такого дерьмового замка, как Пайк. 40 лет его железнорожденные грабили речные земли, хватая камень, древесину и рабов, чтобы построить достойный его замок. По легенде, каменщики уложили последний камень Харенхолла в тот самый день, когда в Эстеросе высадился Эйгон. Может, божественное предзнаменование. А может, каменщики спешили свалить, пока туда не добрались драконы. Они были такие не одни. При приближении Эйгона восстали речные лорды Харена во главе с домом Талли. Сомневаюсь, что Харону было до этого дела. Харенхолл мог отразить нападение миллионной армии. Ни одна лестница не могла подняться до его стен. Ни один таран не мог их пробить. Замок был неприступен, как щель старой девы. Харен закрыл ворота за собой, своими сыновьями и железнорожденными и ждал, что войско Эйгона обосрется и свалит. Когда Эйгон наконец увидел чудовищный замок, то запросил переговоры. Харен согласился. Валирия была величайшей империей, которую видел мир. Харену хотелось поссать на ее могилу, говорит Эйгон. Сдавайся сейчас, и ты сможешь остаться лордом Железных островов. Сдавайся сейчас, и твои сыновья будут жить и править после тебя. Ты видишь мою армию за твоими стенами. Ты видишь моих драконов, говорит Харен. Что за моими стенами меня не касается. Эти стены прочные и толстые. Драконы летают. А камень не горит. Когда зайдет солнце, твой род прервется, рассказывает Эорон. Харен плюнул и вернулся в замок. Войдя, он пообещал земли, богатства и дочерей Талли любому, кто подстрелит Эйгона или его дракона. Когда солнце зашло за горизонт, все бойцы Харена стояли на стенах на страже, пытаясь услышать шелест крыльев в порывах ветра. Но луна взошла и зашла, а дракон не появился, рассказывает Визерис. Пока железнорожденные сторожили внешние стены, Эйгон направлял своего дракона Балериона все выше и выше в ночное небо, так что внизу даже великий замок Харенхолл стал похож на муравейник. А затем дракон спикировал прямо на замок между столь оберегаемых стен. 5 башен Харенхолла тянулись к Эйгону словно рука. Балерион открыл пасть и окатил все пальцы огнем, рассказывает Эорон. Харен был прав. Камень не горит, но люди горят, даже железнорожденные. Дыхание дракона обратило моих предков в пепел, от которого в криках задыхались выжившие. Воины Харена прыгали со стен и гибли. Жались к стенам и гибли. Метались по двору и гибли. Харен с сыновьями нашел убежище внутри замка. Камень не горел. Но когда Балерион окатывал его огнем, он раскалялся до бела. Самый большой в мире замок стал самой большой в мире печью, в которой последние Хооры и запеклись, рассказывает Визерис. Снаружи было видно, как башни Харенхолла, раскаленные до красна, начали кривиться и плавиться, словно 5 огромных свечей, а расплавленный камень стекал по стенам, как воск. Следующим утром Эйгон установил в речных землях свой порядок. Он назначил мятежного Эдмина Талли верховным лордом Трезубца и заставил остальных речных лордов присягнуть ему как новому сюзерену. Дом Хооров столетиями держал в страхе речные земли. Под властью дома Талли речные земли наконец вернутся к миру и благополучию. После того, как замок достаточно остыл, чтобы в него можно было войти, Эйгон позволил себе взглянуть на руины, в которые он превратил Харренхолл. Он увидел обгоревшие трупы, оплавленный камень и расплавленные, искореженные мечи своих бывших врагов. К изумлению своих людей, он приказал собрать эти бесполезные мечи и отправить в Эйгонфорд. Глава 4. Дюрандоны. Штормовые короли. Рассказывает Варис. Пока Эйгон после своей коронации ходил на Харренхолл, Орис Баратеон с большей частью его войск, королевой Рейнис и ее драконом, отправился на юг разобраться с поводом к вторжению, Аргилоком Надменным, королем штормовых земель. Родовым гнездом Аргилока был штормовой предел, замок, считавшийся самым неприступным в Эстеросе после Харренхолла. Может, Аргилок и был надменным, но он не был ни глупым, ни трусливым. Его лорды советовали ему закрыть ворота и переждать осаду. Но он слышал, что произошло в Харренхолле, и отказался умирать запеченным в своем замке, как молочный поросенок. Нет, и победу и поражение он встретит с мечом в руке. Он собрал свои знамена и вышел в поле навстречу Орису Баратеону. Благодаря Мираксис, дракону Рейнис, Орис знал, что Аргилок приближается, сколько у него людей и как быстро они идут. Так что Орис просто занял возвышенность в холмах и окопался на ней, ожидая Аргилока. Когда обе армии сблизились, поднялся ветер, и с неба хлынул дождь. Этой буре битва и обязана своим названием «Последний шторм». Лорды короля Аргилока убеждали его дождаться, пока погода уляжется. Но штормовой король видел, что дождь хлещет в лицо занявшим холмы бойцам Баратеона. Числом войско Аргилока превосходит Баратеона вдвое, а по рыцарям и тяжелой коннице вчетверо. Аргилок атаковал. Он трижды вел своих рыцарей на ряды Баратеона. Но холмы были крутые, а дождь превратил почву в грязь. Боевые кони скользили и падали, и наступления терпели неудачу. Казалось, что битва проиграна, но Аргилок бросил в атаку своих копьеносцев. Ослепленные дождем, воины Баратеона разглядели их слишком поздно. Пал один холм, затем другой и следующий, пока не остался всего один в центре позиции Баратеона. И если бы Аргилок смог там прорваться, он бы разделил войско захватчиков и атаковал с обоих флангов. Аргилок и его воины наступали, и строй Баратеона сломался, открывая путь королеве Рейнис и Мираксис. Авангард Аргилока пал в огне, а выжившие в панике бежали. Победоносная атака обратилась хаосом, а самого Аргилока сбили с лошади. Но он не сдавался. Орис Баратеон увидел, как старый король отбивается от 6 бойцов, а еще 6 лежат у его ног бездыханными. Орис слез с коня, чтобы быть с королем на равных, пешим, и в последний раз предложил Аргилоку сдаться. Аргилок только выругался в ответ. Посреди бушевавшего шторма седой старый воин и бородатый выскочка бились за жизнь и королевство. Наконец, желание Аргилока исполнилось. Он умер с мечом в руке. Когда весть о смерти Аргилока дошла до его лордов и рыцарей, они побросали мечи и бежали. Орис с авангардом двинулся в штормовой предел занять замок именем Эйгона, но его встретили запертые ворота и латники на стенах. Корона Аргилока перешла к его дочери, и новая штормовая королева оказалась неуступчива не меньше отца. Она заявила, что Орис найдет здесь только кости, кровь и пепел. Но ее люди были слабее, и в ту же ночь Орис получил дочь Аргилока с кляпом во рту, закованной в цепи и обнаженной. Аргилок отказал Орису в ее руке. Теперь же он мог взять любую ее часть, какую пожелает. Но Орис расковал девушку, укутал своим плащом и предложил вина. Он обещал ей взять герб, знамя и девиз дома Дюрандонов, чтобы почтить мужество ее отца в битве последнего шторма. Как удачно, что у Ориса не от чего было отказываться, чтобы все это взять. Коронованный олень стал гербом дома Баратеонов, а штормовой предел — их замком. Дочь Аргилока даже осталась в своем доме, пусть и леди, а не принцессой. Итак, штормовые земли перешли Эйгону, и в качестве дани он затребовал мечи побежденных Орисом воинов. А для чего? О том Орис не знал. Глава 5. Ланнистеры, короли утеса, и Гарднеры, короли простора. Рассказывает Джейми Ланнистер. Теперь Эйгон правил 2 из 7 королевств, но завоевать остальные по одному он больше не мог. Впервые за 1000 лет короли оставили свои раздоры в стороне и объединились против общего врага. Мой предок, король Лорен из дома Ланнистеров, был главой богатейшего рода 7 королевств. Когда он соединил свои силы с Мерном из дома Гарднеров, королем простора, они получили мощнейшую армию в истории, так называемый «железный кулак», призванный разбить чаяние завоевателя. Кулак хорош, чтобы сразить врага ударом в лицо, но глупо ходить с железным кулаком на птицу или зверя. А у Эйгона имелась тварь с качествами обоих. Короли еще ни разу не видели дракона, не говоря о том, чтобы с ним сражаться. Они 1000 лет боролись друг с другом, и победа всегда оставалась за большим войском. Возможно, 5-кратно превосходящие силы управились бы с одним драконом Эйгона. Но Эйгон прибыл с 3. И все же Ланнистеры и Гарднеры надеялись на победу. Полем битвы они выбрали обширную равнину с твердой почвой и под ясным небом, идеально для лучников и тяжелой конницы. Но никто из королей не задумался, почему эта почва твердая. Дождя не было пару недель, а значит, вся пшеница и трава совершенно высохли. Идеально для драконов. Поначалу все выглядело так, будто короли побеждают. Едва Рок протрубил атаку, их войско обошло противника с флангов, и железный кулак исконных рыцарей пробился в центр войска Эйгона еще до того, как в бой вступили драконы. Но когда Эйгон и его сестры взлетели и направили своих драконов даже не на бойцов, а на сухие поля вокруг них, железный кулак разжался и превратился в руку, молящую о пощаде. Но Эйгон не пощадил, как и обещал. Больше 4000 погибли в огне, и еще 1000 спасаясь от него. Десятки тысяч вернулись домой обезображенными до неузнаваемости в шрамах и ожогах. Из Гарднеров не вернулся никто. Пламенное поле, как зовут его певцы, возвестило конец династии Гарднеров, а их место как лордов простора и хранителей юга занял дом Тиреллов. Что до моего славного предка, то король Лорен, увидев, что битва проиграна, прорвался сквозь стену огня и дыма к спасению, или, во всяком случае, к героической сдаче на следующий день, когда он сложил свой меч перед Эйгоном и преклонил колено. Эйгон, верный своему слову, пощадил его и утвердил дом Ланнистеров лордами утеса Кастерли и хранителями Запада. А почему бы и нет? Ланнистеры всегда платят свои долги, а теперь мы были обязаны короне своей жизнью. Случившееся стоило нам пары веков подчинения, как минимум. К тому же, Эйгон имел страсть к собиранию мечей, а не голов. Он добавил мечи Лорена к куче тех, что его люди подобрали на пламенном поле, и отправил их в Эйгонфорд. Глава 6. Старки. Короли зимы. Рассказывает Санса Старк. Когда Эйгон прибрал к рукам почти весь юг, наибольшие шансы отбросить завоевателя оказались у севера. Пожелаем и рискнуть. В отличие от наших южных соперников, Старки, как короли зимы, объединили королевство севера не ради славы или золота, которого здесь почти нет, а ради выживания. Один лишь север во всем Вестеросе помнил врагов хуже драконов. 1000 лет назад над царством людей зашло солнце, и настала долгая ночь. Из льда и снегов появилась новая раса — белые ходаки. Они не требовали корону, не ставили условий, никого не щадили, и с ними шли мертвые. Когда человечество столкнулось с угрозой вымирания, один из Старков нашел детей леса, самых древних жителей Вестероса, и убедил их объединиться с людьми, против которых они некогда воевали. Вместе эти 2 расы отбросили ходоков назад, в земли вечной зимы, и отгородили их от 7 королевств стеной из льда, камня и грунта, высотой 700 футов и длиной 300 миль. Для ее охраны был создан ночной дозор, братство, присягнувшее защищать живых от мертвых, обеты которого смывают и грехи, и былые титулы, рассказывает Визерис. После долгой ночи Север позабыл, что он часть единого континента. В гордыне причина или в полном невежестве? С Севером сразу и не разберешь. Но после вестей об Эйгоновых драконах, король зимы Торхен Старк понял, что ему больше нельзя забывать о Вестеросе, и призвал своих лордов в Винтерфелл. Многие глупцы отмахивались от угрозы, остальные же делали ставки на то, как быстро южане сгорят. Все они умолкли, когда Торхен созвал знамена и повел войско на юг. Когда войска Утеса и Простора сгорели на пламенном поле, величайшее северное воинство со времен Долгой Ночи перешло по перешейку в речные земли. Но, подойдя к Трезубцу, король Торхен увидел на противоположном берегу реки объединенные силы всех завоеванных Эйгоном королевств, войско в половину больше, чем у Торхена, и с 3 драконами. В ту ночь король Торхен собрал всех своих лордов и советников. Одни северяне рвались в бой, веря, что исход битвы определит их доблесть, но на Трезубце они бы и сгорели. Умнейшие хотели отступить за крепость ров Кейлен, где были отражены все южные вторжения. Там бы они и сгорели. Один самоубивец даже предложил пробраться под покровом ночи в лагерь Эйгона и убить спящих драконов, или хотя бы их наездников. Трудно сказать, как бы сложилась его судьба. Сожгли бы его, обезглавили или четвертовали. Возможно, все сразу. Мой предок выслушал их советы, а утром пересек Трезубец под мирным флагом. Затем король Торхен из дома Старков положил свою древнюю корону к ногам Эйгона и был провозглашен лордом Винтерфелла и хранителем Севера. И королем, преклонившим колено. У него не было выбора, а благодаря ему наши воины вернулись домой целыми и невредимыми. Мечи, что забрал у них Эйгон, не согнулись, не сгорели и не сломались. До поры. Глава 7. Арены, короли долины. Рассказывает Мизинец. Долина Арен была последним незавоеванным Великим Королевством. Древний и гордый дом Аренов поступил так, как всегда поступал в смутные времена. Закрыл кровавые врата, запечатав долину. Затем королева-регент Шарра из дома Аренов отступила со своим сыном, маленьким королем Роннеллом, в неприступную крепость их семейства, Орлиное гнездо. С вершины своей горы они видели лежавший далеко внизу Вестерос, но его беды были скрыты облаками. И вот однажды королева Шарра вышла в наружный двор и обнаружила, что ее сын сидит на коленях у Висенни Таргариен и восхищенно смотрит на ее дракона в Хагар. Словно выпрашивая еще одно пирожное, маленький Роннелл спросил мать, можно ли ему полетать на драконе хорошей леди. Висенни улыбнулась Шаре, а то и показалось, что и в Хагар улыбнулась. Следуя хорошим манерам, Шара спросила, не желает ли Висенни вина или еды, ведь она, должно быть, устала после такого долгого полета. Висенни отказалась. Устав от материнских любезностей, Роннелл потребовал ответа. Бедный мальчик. Он даже не понимал, в чем дело. Шара на мгновение заколебалась, а потом спросила Висеннию как мать, будет ли это безопасно для мальчика. Висенни заверила ее, что да. Какой выбор был у Шарры? Пока ее сын кружил над замком, она собрала его маленький обруч, собственный регенский венец и древнюю соколиную корону горы долины, которую Арены носили 1000 лет. Роннелл поднялся в небо королем, а вернулся лордом. Возможно, обменять древние права на несколько минут полета, по мнению мальчишки, было честной сделкой. Но скорее он даже не заметил ни 3 корон у ног Висеньи, ни мечей своего гарнизона возле них. Глава 8. Эйгон, первый этого имени. Рассказывает Визерис. Головы вестеросцев склонились перед Эйгоном, но их сердца все еще бились свободно. Старомест, столица веры семерых. Там пребывал Верховный Септон, отец истинно верующих, кому послушно повиновался весь Вестерос, кроме дикарей Севера с их старыми богами. Когда Эйгон высадился в Эстеросе, Верховный Септон заперся в звездной септе и постился 7 дней и 7 ночей, 1 день и 1 ночь на каждого бога. Все, что он получил за свои неудобства — божественная мудрость. Если Старомест поднимет оружие против дракона, город сгорит вместе с верующими и неверующими. После подчинения дома Старков, Эйгон выступил на Старомест, готовясь к очередной битве. Но его встретили открытые ворота и радушный Верховный Септон. Благочестивый дурак даже имел дерзость пожаловать Эйгону то, что тот уже получил, и помазать последнего валерийца как Эйгона из дома Таргариенов, первого этого имени, короля андалов и первых людей, владыку 7 королевств и защитника государства. Будто бы титулы что-то значили для того, перед кем склонилось само время. С этих пор мейстеры делят всю историю на «до» и «от» завоевания. Большинство ожидало, что Эйгон останется и сделает Старомест своей столицей, но вскоре после коронации Эйгон вернулся к устью Черноводной, туда, где он впервые ступил на землю Вестероса. С тех пор вокруг простой крепости разросся маленький город. В честь своего нового хозяина туземцы назвали его Королевской гаванью, хотя он больше бы подошел для межевого рыцаря. Деревянные заборы, грязные улицы и груды искореженных мечей из каждого завоеванного им уголка королевства. Но когда Эйгон сделал его столицей, дерево стало камнем. Черная грязь исчезла под Красным замком, а из груды мечей врагов Эйгона в драконьем пламени выковали престол, достойный завоевателя и величайшей династии, которую только знал мир. Дом Таргариенов. Моя семья. Мой трон. Или так должно было быть. Глава 9. Мартеллы, принцы Дорна. Рассказывает Варис. Хотя Эйгон и назвал себя владыкой 7 королевств, в действительности он владел только 6. 7-е же, Дорн, так и не преклонила колено. Висеня слетала в долину и вернулась с ее короной. Подражая сестре, Рейнис пролетела над вражескими силами, удерживавшими проходы в Дорн, и приземлилась в замке его правительницы, принцессы Мерии из дома Мартеллов. Тучной, лысой и слепой Мерии было 80 лет. За спиной ее насмешливо величали желтой жабой Дорна. Возможно, прекрасная Рейнис при их первой встрече подумала так же. Она потребовала, чтобы принцесса Мерия преклонила колено перед Эйгоном, хотя, принимая во внимание возраст и здоровье Мерии, хватило бы и просто клятвы верности. Но принцесса сказала королеве, что Таргариенов в Дорне не желают, и ни один Мартелл никогда не поклонится, не согнется и не сломается, как бы сильно он ни горел. Рейнис могла бы тут же оседлать дракона и изжарить Мерию в ее замке, как поступил Эйгон в Харренхолле, но в глазах Мерии она увидела нечто такое, отчего сразу же в страхе вернулась в Королевскую гавань, поджав свой драконий хвост. После коронации Эйгона Рейнис вернулась в Дорн с Эйгоном, Висеньей и драконами. Но их не встретили ни войска в поле, ни лорды в замках. При появлении драконов Дорн просто опустел. Дом Мартеллов извлек уроки Харренхолла и Пламенного поля. В битве драконы были непобедимы, но войны — это не только битвы. Никто не возразил, когда Эйгон объявил Дорн своим. Но как только он вернулся в Королевскую гавань, его костелянов сбросили с башен, а королевское войско исчезло в пустыне, и больше его никогда не видели. Разве что с переменой ветра пески открывают старые кости и доспехи. Рейнис вернулась за Мираксис, собираясь лично отомстить Мерии Мартелл. Но Дорн больше не был пуст. Дорницы сдержали обещание Мерии и сражались, даже сгорая в драконьем огне. И они победили. Однажды арбалетный болт проткнул глаз Мираксис и сбил дракона в небе. Дом Мартеллов остался несломленным, в отличие от неудачливой Рейнис. Эйгон и Висенья в гневе спалили все замки и города, кроме Солнечного копья, пытаясь настроить народ против мортелов, но дарницы остались верны им. А когда Эйгон вернулся в Королевскую гавань, на улицах столицы его уже поджидали убийцы. Если бы не Висенья, завоеватель недолго бы наслаждался плодами своего завоевания. С той поры короля и его семью будут охранять 7 величайших рыцарей государства — Королевская гвардия. Когда Мерия умерла во сне, ее слабый и уставший от войны сын запросил мира. Но из-за старой Мерии устал и Эйгон, поэтому мир был заключен. Таргариены все еще желали Дорн, и со временем они его получат, но не при помощи меча. Они его купят способом, которым великие лорды покупают что угодно — за дочь. Глава 10. Последние драконы. Рассказывает Визерис. После завоевания, когда люди смотрели вверх, то видели драконов. Знать научилась опускать глаза. Но боги не привыкли делиться небом. Когда Эйгон умер, Верховный Септон поднял святую веру и ее воинство на восстание, провозгласив, что валерийские обычаи женить брата на сестре скверно в глазах семерых. Объяснили бы сперва, от кого родились мать и отец Семибожия. Мой предок, Мейгор Мудрый, очерненный как Мейгор Жестокий, назначил награду за голову каждого воинствующего священника, и чудесным образом вскоре вера вернулась в Септы. Дорн был усмирен, святую веру поставили на место. В Вестеросе больше никто не смел соперничать с нашим семейством, и мы стали соперничать друг с другом. В танце драконов принцесса Таргариен попыталась похитить трон у своего брата. По ее глупости почти все наши драконы погибли, но, к счастью, один сперва успел ее сожрать. Даже без драконов мы все еще были от крови старой Валерии, что оказалось не менее опасным. Один из моих глупых предков не видел, чем его бастарды хуже остального семейства, и на смертном одре узаконил их всех. Приняв имя Блэкфайров и обнажив свою ублюдочную суть, эти бастарды попытались захватить отцовский трон. Когда у них не получилось, попытались их сыновья. Когда не получилось у сыновей, попытались внуки. Пока, наконец, сир Баристан Смелый, рыцарь Королевской гвардии, не сразил Мейлиса Ужасного в войне 9 королей и не положил конец династии Блэкфайров. В итоге, разбавив нашу кровь кровью обычных людей и растеряв драконов, мы просмотрели величайшую угрозу прямо под носом, рассказывает Джейми Ланнистер. Как гласит поговорка, каждый раз, когда рождается Таргариен, боги подбрасывают монету. Должно быть, подбросили ее и для короля Эйриса, но поначалу казалось, что он избежал свойственного его предкам безумия. Но, становясь старше, он начал повсюду видеть заговорщиков, а если таковых не оказывалось, он создавал их сам. Будучи его гвардейцем, я знаю, что королю, не совладавшему со своей головой, не совладать и 7 королевствами. Мы терпели его правление, надеясь, что его сын Рейгар излечит страну, когда взойдет на трон. Но затем Рейгар показал себя таким же безумным, как его отец, и похитил Лиану Старк, дочь Хранителя Севера, невесту Роберта Баратеона, лорда Штормовых земель. Когда отец и старший брат Лианы потребовали правосудия, безумный король даровал его со смехом. Рассказывает Варис. Не удовлетворившись 2 убийствами, безумный король приказал Джону Арену, лорду Долины, казнить 2 его воспитанников, Роберта Баратеона и Эддарда Старка. Вместо этого Джон Арен призвал Долину к восстанию. Нед Старк ускользнул от королевской стражи и поднял север, а Роберт Баратеон выиграл 3 битвы в один день, объединив этим вокруг себя штормовые земли, но был разбит королевской армией и вынужден бежать, оставив свой дом, штормовой предел, в осаде, рассказывает Санса Старк. В конце концов, десница короля загнал Роберта в городок Каменная Септа и отправил своих солдат обыскивать дом за домом в поисках вождя восставших. Но горожане ненавидели безумного короля и любили Роберта, поэтому помогали ему быть на шаг впереди солдат, пока не осталось последнее убежище. Стоило солдатам окружить его, во всем городе зазвонили колокола. Зная о трудном положении Роберта, наш отец и Джон Арен поспешили в речные земли, заручившись поддержкой нашего деда Хостера Талли. Вместе они выступили против войска Десницы и спасли Роберта. Чтобы отпраздновать и скрепить союз с Талли, наш отец женился на нашей матери, Кейтилин, а Джон Арен взял в жены нашу тетку Лизу. Всего полмесяца спустя оба вновь поспешили на войну, ибо дракон наконец проснулся, рассказывает Визерис. Пока слуги моего отца просирали его королевство, мой брат Рейгер уединился со своей любовницей, шлюхой. В общем, я бы назвал ее отвлекающим фактором. Но теперь Рейгер пришел в себя и вернулся в Королевскую гавань. Он убедил нашего отца позвать отвергнутого им друга, лорда Тайвина Ланнистера, самого богатого и влиятельного лорда в королевстве. Сам Рейгер возглавил королевское войско против узурпатора Роберта. На берегах Трезубца мой брат сразился с человеком, у которого украл невесту, и который, в свою очередь, сражался, чтобы украсть наследство Рейгера. В итоге желание Роберта оказалось сильнее. Его молот разбил украшенный рубинами доспех моего брата, и те, брызнув в реку, словно капли дождя, были унесены течением, рассказывает Варис. После поражения Рейгера ничто уже не стояло между Робертом и Королевской гаванью. Представьте изумление короля, когда через 2 недели он увидел у своих ворот не оленей, а львов. Его бывший десница Тайвин Ланнистер пришел к столице с войском, превосходящим Робертова, и объявил о своей верности королю. Поверив тому, во что хотелось верить, Эрис приказал открыть ворота, и силы Ланнистеров начали прилежно насиловать, грабить и убивать верных подданных короля. Когда Эддард Старк наконец достиг столицы с армией Роберта, то обнаружил в разграбленном городе знамена Ланнистеров, заваленные трупами сторонников Таргариенов улицы и сира Джейми Ланнистера, развалившегося на железном троне, а у его подножия в луже собственной крови лежал убитый ударом в спину безумный король Эйрис, которого сир Джейми поклялся защищать. Лорд Эддард мог бы поблагодарить сира Джейми за услугу, оказанную королевству, но этот благородный человек с осуждением назвал сира Джейми цареубийцей, именем, от которого тот уже никогда не избавится, рассказывает Джейми Ланнистер. В отличие от лорда Эддарда, Роберт оценил мой вклад в его славную победу. Он простил мне мое преступление и даже оставил в Королевской гвардии вместе с сиром Баристаном Селми, который был ранен на Трезубце, сражаясь за Рейгера. Да, мы оба потерпели неудачу, исполняя свой долг перед Таргариенами, но, возможно, как раз это Роберту больше всего в нас и нравилось. Когда мой отец преподнес Роберту трупы жены и 2 детей Рейгера, Нед Старк благородно вознегодовал и потребовал, чтобы Роберт отправил их убийцу в Дорн, а меня на стену. Но я понимал то, чего не мог понять Нед. Роберт стыдился этих трупов. И еще больше стыдился своего облегчения. Он знал, что наследники Рейгера должны умереть, иначе его трон не будет в безопасности. Но славные герои не убивают детей. Они просто не наказывают их убийц, рассказывает Визерис. Несомненно, меня ждала та же участь. Но отец мудро отослал меня с моей беременной матерью на драконий камень. Когда узурпатор героически отправил людей убить меня и мою новорожденную сестру, чтобы защитить украденный престол, один верный рыцарь тайно перевез нас через узкое море в Эссос. Итак, последние драконы Валирии, наследники величайшей династии и величайшей цивилизации, какую только знал мир, спали в канавах и собирали крошки по подворотням. На шаг впереди головорезов узурпатора и на шаг позади шептунов его главного шпиона Вариса. Но мы не будем убегать вечно. Однажды я вернусь в мое королевство с войском, верну себе трон и отплачу всем изменникам единственной монетой, которую знает мой род — пламенем и кровью. Конец. Перевод сайта 7королевств.ру. Персонажи в порядке появления. Эйнар Таргариен, Эйгон Таргариен, Висенья Таргариен, Рейнис Таргариен, Харен Хоар по прозвищу Черный, Эдмин Талли, Аргелак Дюрандон, Орис Баратеон, Аргелла Дюрандон, Штормовая королева, Лорен Ланнистер, Мерн Гарднер, Торхен Старк, Шарра Арен, Роннел Арен, Верховный Септон, Мерия Мартел, Желтая жаба, Эйрис Таргариен, Джейми Ланнистер, Рейгар Таргариен, Лианна Старк, Роберт Баратеон, Джон Арен, Эддард Старк, Тайвин Ланнистер, Баристан Селми, Рейла Таргариен, Визерис и Дейнерис Таргариен. Озвучено по переводу сайта 7королевств.ру. Озвучил по субтитрам Иннокент 33, студии Я, февраль 2018 года.
Hodor. Okay, I'm done. Hello, Hall H. How are you doing? You good? Wow, I never thought I would be here. I am so pleased to be here. This is going to be a panel slightly different. I'm going to do things quite informally. We're all friends here, aren't we? I want to picture yourself. You're watching Game of Thrones on your sofa. Close your eyes. Think about all the questions you want to ask us. So you've got yourself in that really relaxed place. Ready? So put your hand on your heart. You've got your eyes closed. Put your hand on your wallet. Bring it up to me. I'll look after it. No, don't do that. Okay. These are all my friends, guys. These are the people I've worked for 6 years with on what I think is the best show that's ever been created. And the first guest, I'm sad to say, has been a monkey on my back. For 6 years. Yeah, look at this microphone actually. Hold on. What the hell's going on here? There, that's better. Ladies and gentlemen, my very good friend and little brother, Isaac Hempstead Wright. Ladies and gentlemen, John Bradley. The amazing Natalie Emmanuel. Liam Cunningham. It's crazy introducing these guys. I've known them since they were like 8 years old. It's so scary. Sophie Turner. Ladies and gentlemen, Jacob Anderson. My fellow countryman, Conleth Hill. Alfie Allen. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Gwendolyn Christie. Hello guys, you all look ravishing. Absolutely ravishing tonight. So I'm just going to start the questions. We'll start the questions. Gwen, I'm going to start with you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Hall H.
Okay, we have seen Tormund make a play for Brienne. Yeah, I actually have a theory that I think Brienne and Hodor would make a really good couple.
I've always held a candle for that.
A very small one. A very small one. Okay, we have seen Tormund make a play for Brienne, who seems to be rebuffing his advances. Do you think she secretly enjoys being appreciated as a woman and a warrior?
Good question.
Well, I think it's really what I love about Brienne of Tarth is that I don't think that at the foremost of her consciousness is a value system that's based on how men appreciate her. But, I mean, who doesn't like being appreciated as both, really? But I don't think that's really what she's invested in at all. I think she's finding it incredibly awkward. But underneath any awkwardness is always that potential secret enjoyment. What do you all think? Does she like it? Or does she like someone else?
Oh, hello. Wow.
Who? Spell out.
What are you saying? Okay. Wow.
Oh, Jamie, yeah.
Who? What?
Alfie.
Which one's
They're
that?
saying you love Jamie.
Firstly, what do you call your dog? What's the name of the dog?
Her name is Abby.
That is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Seriously. I really want it. What was it like for you to return to the character of Theon after such a torturous run as Reek?
I'd say it was definitely a challenge. I'd say that he wasn't really kind of stepping into the Theon that he was before he was turned into Reek. But yeah, he's had definitely a crazy arc of many of the characters on the show. His has been one of the craziest, but it's just been enjoyable, you know, to be able to find empathy for a character such as him.
Amazing. Thank you, Alfie. Conleth, we have never actually had an opportunity to act together, which is terrible. Many of your fellow cast cite how difficult it can be to keep from laughing while filming with you. Do you purposefully make them laugh?
No.
And is there an actor who makes you laugh?
They all make me laugh. And sometimes they know it, but mostly they don't. But Dinklage would make me laugh a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some pretty funny people in the cast, that's for sure. Not you. You're awful. Jacob.
Hello.
Hi.
So that's not how I speak. I don't know. Hello.
Hello. Is it true that we've seen Grey Worm being a bit flirtatious with Missandei, and do you see a future for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's things firing between them. There's chemistry, right?
Oh yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah.
I want those kids to be happy. I want them to find happiness with each other. Everything's so sad.
It's never going to happen, man. Nothing's ever going to be happy. You know that, don't you? Seriously. But do you think Daenerys would approve of that relationship?
Yeah. I mean, she'd do the wedding. She'd like, well, you don't call a wedding, do you? It's not bingo. But yeah, I think she'd be involved.
Yeah. Awesome.
Not involved, just.
Oh, okay. That's a completely different show. Okay. I think you would all watch it, though, wouldn't you? Totally. Sophie.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Shut up. Is Sansa being manipulated by Littlefinger, or is she playing the long game?
Good question.
Yeah.
I think initially, you know, there was definite manipulation on Littlefinger's part, but, you know, as Sansa has grown and been, you know, a prisoner by all of these master manipulators, especially Littlefinger, she's been silently absorbing and learning and adapting. And in my opinion, she's just as good at playing the game as he is at this point. Thanks, guys.
I love it. Liam.
Hello. Look at this, a rose between two thorns.
Don't say that.
Go ahead, ask the question.
At the end of last season, Davos found out about I can't even read this. I really need to wear my glasses. Melisandre's part in Shireen's death. Jon Snow banished her from the north, and Davos said he would kill her if she ever returned. Do you think he would? And does he have it in him to murder someone in cold blood?
I think that's a good question. I don't think he's the vindictive type. I think if he was on the road, taking a long weekend somewhere, and in the opposite direction, he saw a lady in a red cape approaching, I think there's a good chance he'd whip out a Glock and pop a couple of caps in her ass. But I don't think he'd hunt her down. I don't think he'd do an Arya. I don't think he's got a list. But I definitely think he'd put her in a shallow grave somewhere if no one was going to find out.
God.
No, that's just me.
Can you just quickly show us how you'd hold a Glock?
Yeah, I had a sideways, man, like in a hood.
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
I love it. Natalie.
Hi.
Hello. There was a great scene with Tyrion and Grey Worm last season when Tyrion was exhorting you both to drink.
Yeah, Missandei got a little
We
bit.
saw then that Missandei and Grey Worm were growing closer.
Yeah.
How do you hope that storyline pans out?
I feel quite similarly to Jacob. I'm like, I want these guys to be happy and, you know, just stay together. I think they've come through so much atrocity.
Yeah.
So to see them laugh together and like feel something for another person is so beautiful, and I've really enjoyed portraying that journey. And I hope we get to see it blossom more, and maybe there might be a happy ending for them. I daren't say it, just in case.
Because of death.
Happen,
Yeah, I know how it feels. I know how it feels. John.
Hello.
Hello. Sam has always considered himself a bit of an outsider.
Yeah.
Have Gilly and baby Sam given him a sense of belonging? I didn't write these, by the way.
He's absolutely always been an outsider. He was an outsider from the day he was born at home because his father considered him to be such a disappointment and treated him with such contempt. Then he was removed to Castle Black, where he was an outsider again. And then he said, well, the one place I can be really accepted is the Citadel. That's the one place I can go where my passions and interests aren't treated with scorn and contempt. They're the place where is a place where people have an understanding and appreciation of knowledge, and this is going to be the place where I feel accepted for the first time in my life. Gets there is just as much as an outsider there as he is anywhere else, because they make him do all those jobs that you saw him doing. and it's interesting that people say, how is him being at the Citadel going to affect his relationship with Gilly, given the fact that they've grown so close over the years. But that was when Sam didn't have thousands and thousands of books as a distraction from his relationship. So I think that as time has gone on, Sam has worked out, as a lot of people work out in relationships, that your kind of sphere of interest shrinks. And you no longer want to be necessarily accepted by a wider world or even a wider community, because you know what's important. And important is being loved by two people rather than accepted by hundreds.
Yeah. Good answer, man. This is a very important question. Do you miss me?
No. Yeah, of course I do. No, it's been so empty without you on set this year.
Such a liar. Seriously.
It's making me say this. Help me. No.
Okay, this actually is a question which, you know, as a fan of the show, and I've been there for 6 years, what the hell's name is that three-eyed raven about? The three-eyed raven. What the hell is that about?
Well,
I want an in-depth
an analysis.
like a Wikipedia page.
What's interesting about the three-eyed raven is he's one of the sort of few fragments that remain of the old Westeros, of the ancient kind of magical, mystical side of it. So what exactly his purpose is, I don't think has been revealed yet, but clearly it's something important. There's been the Night King appears to be his sworn enemy, so he must have some important role to play. So for Bran this season, especially, it's quite exciting that he is now the three-eyed raven. And
so you don't know them?
No, I don't. Yeah, that's my rambling way of saying that.
Yeah. Okay. That's very, very informative. Thank you. Right, this is for everybody, and I'm going to start right back down at the end with Gwendolyn. I like this question. If you ended up on the Iron Throne, what would be the first law you would pass?
Oh, no. What would be the first law I would pass? That women could be knights.
Yeah. Make a nice change. Same question to you, Alfie.
I would say the brotherhood that Beric Dondarrion is part of be made allowed throughout the land, so everyone can come back to life.
That works for me. Conleth.
That Comic-Cons are free.
Nice. Jacob?
Free puppies for everyone.
That one. I want that one.
And also some sort of device where we can create unicorns to exist. I mean, I don't know how that would work, but
everybody needs unicorns.
We can do that.
We all need unicorns.
Yeah.
Sophie.
God, this is really tough. The first thing that comes to mind is just like unlimited carbohydrates. I don't know why, but that's what I want.
Fair enough.
I think in selected outlets all over Westeros, there should be free Dornish wine for all the inhabitants of Westeros.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I think Missandei would probably want, and I would quite like, language lessons for everyone, so we can all be bilingual and cool.
Education.
Yeah. Education for everyone. So that's a really serious answer, but also true how I feel. Yeah. Right?
John.
How about maesters have to clean out their own stinking bed pan? Number one.
I'd set up a holiday scheme for all the characters who have only filmed in the cold places to go and film in the warm places.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I second that. I second that. Okay. Moving back to the individual questions. Oh, what about me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would make it illegal for one person to mount another and be carried.
I'm glad you finished that sentence.
Yeah. And every time you have to say thank you, which you never did. It's not true. It's not true. Yeah, okay, it is. Anyway. Gwendolyn, you're always my first.
You're last, you're everything.
Okay. What do you think drives Brienne to never give up on her quest to protect the Starks?
I think that the relationship between Brienne and Catelyn Stark was a moment where Brienne realized strength in another woman. I remember quite fervently that line, to Catelyn Stark, you have strength, not a man's strength, but a woman's strength. And I think it was that realization that Brienne didn't have to force herself into a mold of masculinity. She didn't have to take the path of men before her in order to be taken seriously or to do good. That she could be propelled by her own intuitive sense of what was right in terms of a moral compass. And I think that there's something very beautiful about the way she's projected that into the future, that it doesn't matter if someone lives or dies, that goes into that person's daughters. And it is significant that they are her daughters, to return the Stark girls home. And in her own way, I think that Brienne feels that even if it's one small thing for one person or two people, that's going to perpetuate a sense of good, which maybe subconsciously creates a greater sense of equality. And that's what I think is driving her. She's connecting to an idea that's greater than herself.
Wow. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever seen me at one of these, my answers for basically every question is always Brienne of Tarth. Yeah, you would be the queen, I would put it on the throne. So that's why. So, okay. Awkward. Alfie.
I love you.
Love you too.
She's out of me.
Alfie, as a true Ironborn, how comfortable is Theon with the fact that he has forsaken his way of life to be on Team Daenerys in it?
I think that Yara is really kind of deciding the journey they take now, their new leadership with Daenerys. So I'd say that it's definitely an equal partnership between the two of them, but I would say he's just excited to see where this new leadership takes them, being led by Daenerys and Yara.
Cool. Conleth.
How dare you?
Varys is rarely rattled. What do you think scares him?
I think the economic outlook. Something, whatever that sorcerer said. We saw him with the Red Priestess, it was one of the few times where he looked a bit, what? Because she was cray. But, yeah, I think that's he survived so much, but that's the one thing we don't know what was said. And because of your experience with, words and hold the door and everything, I think, oh God, I'm going to be holding a door for someone. And that's what the sorcerer said. So that's the only thing I'm kind of, there's some mystery there that I still don't know what that's about, what was said and what it means.
Well, my advice when it comes to holding doors is don't.
Or get a swing door or something.
It never ends well. Jacob.
Yes.
Yeah. Some of you out there may know Jacob is also a very talented musician.
Woo! Oh, thank you.
How do you balance both sides of your career?
I kind of don't. I'm really lucky that I've got the way we shoot the show is kind of over a period of, I don't know why I'm telling you this. The way we shoot the show is like 6 months, and then we're all kind of in and out, kind of revolving doors. Sorry, when was it? Trigger. So I just, whenever I'm not in Belfast or a sunny place,
just rub it in, man. Rub it in. You talk about doors. You're talking about the sunshine.
Write songs. Yeah, it's not been too bad actually. It's not been hard.
Yeah.
I mean, my life could be worse.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
I can relate to
I'm
it
really
as well.
nervous, by the way. This is like, I'm at home here, but for some reason I feel really nervous.
Why don't you give us a rendition of your song?
What song do you want to hear?
That one.
Oh, not one of my songs. You want to hear one of my songs?
Oh, yeah. I thought it might calm your nerves.
Okay. Calm your nerves. Calm your nerves.
Beautiful.
Every time. Is that you shutting me up?
Yeah.
It was about to get really, really exciting. I was about to go into like a
medley.
Yeah, medley.
Medley. Bohemian.
That was just Edelweiss, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So there, calm your nerves.
Copyright.
Thank you, Jacob. I mean, yeah, I know what it's about. I know it's about balancing two careers. I was like actually DJing until like 2 a.m. last night. I don't balance. I just do it.
Yeah.
That's what you do, innit? You just do it. Yeah. Sophie.
Hi.
Hi. Does Sansa retain any of her ideals about love, marriage, and being happy? Or is she now of the opinion that men are just after her for what she can get, or what they can get?
I don't think she's like season 1 Sansa, and she's particularly looking for. She's not really looking for a relationship or love at the moment. I think she's kind of done with that. I think, you know, she's always on the search for happiness, but she doesn't really see the world through rose-tinted glasses anymore, you know? She sees the reality of the situation. In terms of, like, seeing men in a different light, I think she sees the world in a different light. I don't think men in particular. I think she...
You've broken that man's heart.
I mean, of course, she's, you know, she's just kind of, she's woke now, guys. She's real woke. You know, she's cautious. She trusts no one, whether it be man or woman, whether it's family member or not. She trusts no one, and I think that's important when you play the Game of Thrones.
Nice.
Liam.
Yes.
Do you think Davos misses his smuggling days? When life was simpler and he is able to live by his wits?
Yeah, and that's a kind of an interesting question, because him being promoted from small-time criminal to being sucked into this web, this game, there's very little room. I think it reflects real life. When people end up in powerful positions, you can't have a simple life anymore. It's very difficult to be just happy. You're playing games. You're paranoid. Who's out the gate? The whole thing. But I think he feels he has a responsibility to be there to try and keep whoever it may be on the right track, because he's decent and he's loyal, and he doesn't have that addiction for this horrible drug that is power. So his head is a little bit clearer than some. But I do like the guy's. I love the guy's simplicity. He is who he is, and he's not a complicated character, and it's really nice to do that. It's really nice to play somebody like that and play those little colours and all that. I really love this character.
I think that's one of the special things about George R. R. Martin's writing, that every single character, even no matter how small they are, is completely multi-layered. We all get it's a great...
What do you mean small? I'm kidding.
I don't mean you. I only had one word. I don't think I can compete. Hello? Anyway, Natalie. We know that Missandei owes a debt to Daenerys as she freed her from slavery. Do you think Daenerys should have made Missandei her hand instead of Tyrion?
Oh, that's a great question. That's a good question. I don't know about that. That would be cool. I'd love to play that. But I think, you know, Tyrion knows the enemy. He is much more experienced with being a hand. And that sort of political landscape. I think Missandei has come from a completely different world. She's been dealing with a completely different set of dangers, but like she, you know, this sort of strategizing and negotiating this very cutthroat world all of a sudden is so new. So I think Tyrion is probably the better candidate for hand, and I fully support him in that role. Although it would be super cool to be like hand to like your bestie, you know, like it's like girl power, you know, double team, like it'd be really fun.
I think he would have made an awesome hand, actually.
Oh, well, thank you.
TBH.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
John, when Samwell was a member of the Night's Watch,
Yeah.
Jon Snow was his constant protector.
Yeah.
How much of an influence do you think Jon still has over him? And how much does Samwell want to please Jon?
Sam, no, it's all right. Sam arrived at Castle Black completely bereft of any positive male role model in his life. And indeed, the positive female role model that he had been very cruelly taken away from him. So what he found in Jon Snow in that moment was everything he possibly needed, all kind of wrapped up in one person. He was a big brother. He was a father figure. He was a confidant. He was a best friend. He was all of these things. And Sam knew what it was like to be saved by somebody. Knew what it was like to be saved by Jon Snow, and knew what it was like to have somebody take the burden of you on their shoulders. And when he found Gilly, he found somebody in even more kind of emotional dire straits than he was, who had a life of systematic sexual abuse laid out in front of her, and the worst possible life you can imagine. So he knew what it was like to be saved at that point. So he wanted to do that for somebody else. He wanted to save this girl and her son because he knows how important that can be. It was like Jon handed the baton on to Sam. And Jon Snow was kind of everything to Sam, and now they've gone on their separate paths because Sam wants to please him so much, because he wants to fight the same battle as Jon Snow. He wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jon Snow in the Great War, but he knows that he can't do that on the battlefield. He knows that he has to do that using his very unique set of skills, which is academia and learning and applying knowledge. The Citadel is his battlefield. And so Jon sent him there, and now he has the responsibility to make Jon's faith in him justified and get Jon results. He knows it's a race against time. He needs to get in there, find out whatever piece of information he needs to find out, get back up to the north and give it to Jon Snow. That's what he feels that responsibility all the time. He knows he's got a huge debt to repay to Jon, and he feels that very strongly, and fingers crossed he does just that, right? Yeah.
Isaac, in certain spiritual traditions, the third eye refers to the gate that leads to inner realms and spaces of higher consciousness. Do you think that applies to the three-eyed raven? It's all about the raven.
Yeah, I think in many ways it does, because I've always said that if I could have any superpower, it would be to be all-knowing, and that's exactly what Bran is now. He's learnt with the original three-eyed raven, and now he has access to like this vast encyclopedia of all of history. And not only can he just read someone's perspective of it, he can actually exist there in that time and watch it happen. So if that's not one of the deepest and most interesting realms there is, then I'm not sure what is.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you, Isaac. Okay, before I open the floor for questions from you guys, I'm going to ask another few questions of the group. This is obviously very important, this question. Gwendolyn, if there were one character, Hodor, that you wish hadn't been killed, Hodor, who would it be, Hodor?
Well, I mean, there's two people, obviously. One is someone who was a magnificent presence in the series, who happens to be hosting this panel. Woo! And also Catelyn Stark.
Yeah.
Fake answer, real answer. Alfie.
Who would I like to be brought back to life?
Yeah, pretty much.
I would say Khal Drogo. I like Khal Drogo. Khal Drogo, definitely. Khal Drogo.
Conleth?
Catelyn, and you.
Oh, you have to say that. Don't say that.
Okay, not you. Catelyn and no, you.
I'm still hurting about Ned.
Yeah.
Still breaks my heart.
It takes a while to get over that one.
I also have a flame for Barristan Selmy.
Oh,
we're not for Barristan.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just really loved working with Jack Gleeson so much that I have to say Joffrey. He was so fun to hate.
Wow.
He was such a good husband. Very generous man.
Who did you?
Yeah, I have no choice. I have to say my baby girl Shireen.
Oh.
That still hurts, big time.
I think I am still heartbroken about Hodor. Like, I honestly just can't quite put it into words. But I just love your guys' like whole thing. So I think my answer is Hodor.
Thank you.
Like, genuinely.
Yeah, girl.
Yeah, two answers again. First and foremost, the legitimate answer is Robb Stark.
Yeah.
And the second answer is, if there's one character that I wish they hadn't killed, it'd be Jon Snow, just to save us having to talk about it every 5 minutes for a year.
I know.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that whole year was pretty bad, right?
That was a pretty crummy year.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. Yeah, I actually got in the newspapers about that. Someone asked me for like the 37th time that hour, is Jon Snow coming back? Yeah. And I just lost it. I was just like, you know what? I don't care.
Nah.
And the next day in the paper it said, Christian Nairn hates Kit Harington. And I was like, I didn't say that.
Fake news.
Anyway, Isaac, yeah, you be very careful.
Be very careful.
You're within strike. Shay!
Shut up.
Yeah, actually, some of the direwolf.
What?
I bring back Hodor.
You don't even like the direwolf?
No,
you used to abuse it, kick it, and everything, didn't you? Well, you had no legs, actually, so you couldn't really kick it, could you?
So mean.
Thank you, Isaac, for your vote of confidence. Okay, I think I've got time for one more group question you'll all be glad to hear. Gwendolyn. Actually, I'm going to shake this up. I'm going to mix this up. Sophie.
Thank the Lord.
Because you're looking at me. After so much time working on Game of Thrones, are you ready to act in a comedy, a rom-com, or a musical? And would you like to act or direct or?
I feel like Game of Thrones incorporates rom-com musical, you know? I don't know. I like the dark, gritty stuff, but I don't know if I could do comedy after all this. I'm in a very dark place in my life.
Yeah, I can second that. She is.
Let's see. Alfie.
Yes.
Would you like to be in a rom-com, or would you like to act or direct? Or I know you
love
know
nothing more than to be in a rom-com.
Nothing more.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, to just anything that comes my way. Not even, you know, I'll just, you know, take anything on. But yeah, directing is something that would definitely interest me, without a doubt.
Yeah, cool, man. Gwen.
I'm desperate to do a musical. Please, someone put me in a musical.
Yeah.
With a kind of Marlene Dietrich kind of gender-bending sort of song and dance.
Cabaret type thing.
Maybe.
If I ask this question, I'll prerequisite. I won't ask you to prove it, but can you sing?
Can she sing?
I don't know this. I don't know the answer. So.
The jury's out on that small aspect of doing a musical. But I hear they can do all sorts with technology these days.
It's called miming.
Okay. Isaac.
I'd like to be in Game of Thrones, the comedy rom-com musical.
Oh, wow.
I think
How did that go?
Well, it would just be a comedy rom-com musical. And what more
the White
do you
Walkers
need?
would come out behind the door and like tap dance.
Yeah, I mean, you could have all sorts of different musical numbers. It's ripe for a musical adaptation.
Shall we do it?
Yeah, David and Dan.
We're just the people to do it. You play the piano, I play the guitar. We can do this.
There are so many musicians.
Yeah, we've got like a whole band here, actually. John.
When I was 13 years old, I played Potiphar, the plum role of Potiphar, in Joseph and His Amazing Technical Dreamcoat at school.
Wow.
Couldn't sing then, can't sing now. Absolutely stormed it somehow then.
Oh, nice.
It'd be interesting to see how standards have risen over time. I'd be interested in reprising my iconic role as Potiphar on the London stage for a hefty old fee.
Liam.
I'd love to do some comedy. I did a lot of comedy on stage before I started this television business. But I'm with Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage was asked how did he think the last episode should go, and he thinks the last episode of the entire show should be a musical.
Yeah.
I think it's a brilliant idea. We're breaking the norms with television. Let's go that way. Let's finish with a high-kicking number around the throne. Why not?
I'd watch it.
Oh, yeah. Who have I not asked? It's a danger of doing it this way. I've forgotten who I've asked. Conleth.
I'm happy to take a rest and let other people do rom-coms, comedies, and what was the other one?
Musicals.
Oh no, they're not
Yeah,
getting the
all
music.
that kind of stuff.
No, I've done it all. Good night.
Wow. Jacob.
Yeah, I want to make films, but
That wasn't an option. Rom-com, comedy. Or
no, but you also said.
Do you want me to read it again for you? Okay, I'll read it again.
I'm like super greedy. I want to do everything. Yeah, this is quite a hard show to follow. Like, what do you do? I'm a like master spearsman now. That's hard. And so I just want to do like hard things. So I guess like a comedy or a rom-com would be quite hard. I do want to, because there's talk of spin-offs of the show. I just want to put my hat in the ring now and just say, I really like the idea. I've been talking to Daniel Portman, who plays Pod, and we've been talking about a sort of sidequel to the show where Grey Worm and Pod and maybe Diana Harris.
A cyborg?
Sidequel.
Oh.
It's like, so when you're not sitting.
Side porn?
But you get like cameos, like Brienne would come in and be like,
Okay, as a cyborg?
as a
I want that.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
What? But it would
Let's
be
go with the
set in
cyborg
space.
version. I want the cyborg version. The Borg invade Westeros. Could we do that, please?
Actually, I can announce that the HBO spin-off has already been decided. It's going to be called Better Call Davos. You're welcome. And good night.
Natalie.
Yeah, I'm sort of open to all things. I don't like to be absolutist about anything. Like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, because you never know what comes into your, email inbox. You're like, oh, that's a good script, or that'd be a fun thing to do. I actually started off doing musicals, so I am so open to doing a musical. Whether I can sing as well as I should, I mean, but I'd give it a go. And, other stuff, like I've already sort of attempting to write things, and I'd love to be behind the camera too, so I'm sort of just like going with the flow.
Thank you so much for coming, guys. It's been an honor to be a part of this show for the last 6 years. And thank you to my friends out there, and thank you to my friends here. Isaac Hempstead Wright, John Bradley, Natalie Emanuel, Liam Cunningham, Sophie Turner, Jacob Anderson, Conleth Hill, Alfie Allen. And Gwendolyn Christie.
And Christian
Thank you very much, guys.